Testing. Testing.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? One, two, one, two.
You can hear me? Yeah, so I'm going to ignore you, as it were. You can't say anything to me, but there might be some direction. And I'll be watching the game anyway, so I can't see signals. All right. Yeah, I've taken them off. Hello and welcome to Court B. Sorry, Court A, where we're just about to hold a minute's celebration for Matt Gilmore's life. This is hello and welcome to Court A at Lee Westwood Centre. We're just getting ready for the 10:30 kickoff between Manchester United and Sale. As the teams line up, you may have just seen their minutes of applause in celebration of Matt Gilmore. Matt sadly passed away recently. Matt was one of the players in the National League for over 10 years. He's a founding member of Sale PFC, playing now. Played for teams like Man Utd, Villa Rockets and more recently the North West Bees before returning to Sale for this season. He's also beloved Man City fan. I'm chuckling because I'm an Arsenal fan, so I hope Man City do as well as they can against Liverpool, and Liverpool do even better today. Obviously everyone here wishes Matt and his family all the best and thinking of them. So here we are, kicking off. Ricky Stevenson is the ref. Sale away against Man United. I'm not quite sure, if you're listening to me, I'm not quite sure if the graphics have been removed, so I'll keep talking the game over, and if they're not gone in a short while, I'll just get someone to remove them. Got Manu on the attack there, Fitzpatrick on the far post, Hassan putting it out for a corner. Fitzpatrick across, Slack in, Hudson and Hassan seeing it away. for a goal kick. Yeah, so I think we're not got rid of the graphics, so just bear with me, I'll come off commentary and be back shortly. Right, sorry, got commentary and vision back now. And I think the cameraman can hear me. Maybe he'll give a little nod with the camera. Just welcome as well Marcus Richardson today, is doing some filming for us on Corte. Thank you very much, Marcus, for coming along and volunteering. So we've now got Sale on the attack. D putting in towards Hassan, intercepted. I think that's Inel. And Man U again. Fitzpatrick looking for Inel, cut out. Whitworth blocking Inel. Whitworth for Sale. So Sale are playing in the light blue, away from the camera, towards the camera in the kind of dark red. Hesitate to call it cherry red with Bournemouth in the Premiership, but the dark red playing towards us, Manchester United. So in goal we've got, for Manchester United, playing towards us, Hudson on the left as we look at it, Fitzpatrick just moving into the ball now, Inel in the middle and Slack on the right. And playing away from us, Sale in goal in white, Turner at the back, Hassan, D on the right, and Whitworth in the middle at the moment, facing Turner for the defensive block. So I think as the league stands, I'm just going to double check the table. Manchester United are just behind Nomad Knights, Manchester United having dropped 4 points on the draws and lost 2, Nomad Knights lost 2, so just those 2 draws separating the teams. Manchester United need a win to keep the pressure going. Sale comfortably away from the relegation zone, but otherwise propping up the rest of the table. 2 wins, 4 draws and 7 losses. Man U averaging just around 2 a game. Sale losing by an average 1 a game. Sorry, Man U averaging a goal difference of 2 a game, but scoring an average just about 2.5. So back with the action, Hassan and Inel. So I think we'd expect Inel to be bossing the game from the middle for Manchester United, having spent the season with the champions, West Bromwich Albion. Inel would have played with probably one of the strongest squads in the Premiership. Chance for a lovely cross ball to Fitzpatrick. Oh, lovely play there. I think you'd have seen from that angle, very tempting for Fitzpatrick to take the shot, but he sent it across the goal to Slack for a much easier finish on the far post. So 1-0 to Manchester United. Just so far the possessional dominance with Man U. Let's see what difference that goal makes. So Hassan with the kick. In Alan Whitworth. It's looking like Whitworth's playing the centre role for Sale with D as winger. San and Enel facing off, pressure kept on by Fitzpatrick. Kick into Man U. You see how quickly they get into position there, obviously preset gameplay. Slack in position, trying to catch them out, but Hassan and Turner well used to defending a set play like that. Fitzpatrick now Slack in against Turner. Turner's now they'll be looking if they can for an L on the far post. Take a fabulous ball to get there. Well defended by Sale. Slack looking for a gap. Gets it back off Whitworth's bumper. Slack, Fitzpatrick across, trying to find an L, but Hassan's got that, and L's letting it go. So it's a kick in to Man United, who's going to take it. So Fitzpatrick looking for an L. They'll kind of got the line across the goal tied up there. Sale. Fitzpatrick now on the ball. Enel. Oh my goodness, really, really close. Slack unhappy there. Refs having a word with him though rather than Hassan. So what you can't do is attack a player with your bumper. I'm not sure if you can see it on the camera resolution. All the bumpers are marked approximately. The first foot is marked as the playing surface, so if playing surface to playing surface comes into contact, that's allowable as long as it's not too forceful and aggressive. If a playing part of the bumper catches any other part of the chair, the ref would usually give that as a foul. The ref today, Ricky Stevenson, who's also the head of FIPFA, the world governing body, and FIPFA will be preparing for the World Cup in October 2023 in Sydney. I don't think any players in the Championship might be in the World Cup squad, but there'll be a few of the coaches around for the Championship teams. They'll be hoping to get on the plane to Australia later in the year. You might see them on the camera footage. I think if you're watching on Court B, Dave Lewis will be hoping he can make the England squad in October. Recent England camp, I think it was held at St George's Park. Anyway, back to the Championship, back to this match. Manchester United versus Sale. Manchester United 1 up. Had most of the pressure, a couple of chances. Looking comfortable. I think I'd say they're patient and diligent with their set plays. Keep working at them. Eventually they all pay off. Well defended by Turner, read that. I think, what's the ref giving something? Not happy with Enel swinging in. It's a couple of no mores I've seen the ref give to us Man U players. So any more, and I guess there'd be a yellow card. Lovely cross ball by Whitworth. D not quite set, unlucky. That was tough, lovely ball from Whitworth and Sale, that from Sale. So attacking chance for Sale, I think they're going to, no, I thought they'd get the kick in there. So back with Man U. Chance to put pressure on. I'm not sure if it's in shot, but if the cameraman can pull out slightly, we'll see the Sale keeper sitting very deep here in his box. You'll see other teams playing with the keeper very high, which gives them additional on-court options. And you'll see the Man U keeper at the far end just pulling up higher as they attack, which A allows interceptions faster if Sale break away, but also gives some playing options. And I think the pressure is on Man U to kind of keep catching up with Nomad Knights, who have an outstanding record this season. I didn't see the match on Court B just gone where they won. I'd expect you'd see them with a very attacking keeper. The Nomad Knights being coached by Brad Bates, formerly part of the West Brom setup and now with Aspire. So it'll be, oh, here we go, here's a chance to slack. Oh, lovely finish there. I think Inel will get that. Oh, hang on, what's going to happen? No goal. What's that for? It's given a 2-on-1, so that seems tough, but so the rule there, you can't have two players from the same team within 5 metres of the opposition when they're on the ball. That's a rule that's intended to kind of stop play gathering around the ball. So if you imagine in the running game, you'd have several players might come in and mark a player. If that happened in this game, the ball gets trapped, so it slows it down. So there's this what's called 2-on-1 in rule there. And I think evidently, I think it must have been Slack came into the box, which is allowed, but he got too close to Inel, so the ref gave a 2-on-1. Long-winded explanation there for goal disallowed. So it's still 1-0 to Man U. So we're just over halfway through the first half. No clear-cut chances for Sale yet. Man U 1-0 up, a disallowed goal. Very close chance earlier on. Stats leaning towards Man U. Does seem as well though that Sale are getting into the confidence of the game. The pattern of plays changed slightly. D coming across there to attack. Here you saw again how high the Man U keeper was playing in black. Hudson meant he could intercept earlier and immediately put Man U on the attack. So in all forms of football you'll talk a lot about the transitions between play and the ability in power chair football to transition quickly from attack to defence, or defence to attack, particularly because all the chairs are limited to a particular top speed and the ball can move faster than the chairs. So if you've got your players pre-positioned for attack, you can overwhelm the opposition very quickly. Again, the reason for having a keeper play high, that allows you to push your attacking players even further. But even in defence, you can have a very high player. So D there intercepts well. He's cut out by Inel from Man U in the middle. D trying to work it round Inel. Very experienced player Inel. I wouldn't have thought you'd go round him in the middle of the park. He's read that nicely. Throw into Manchester United. Josh Slack down the wing for Manchester United, down their left wing. Found Inel looking for Fitzpatrick, but Hassan's cut it off. So kick in. So switching up a bit, Slack now taking the kicks. Inel the receiver, Fitzpatrick on the far post. Really, Man United looking to get the ball to Fitzpatrick here. Is necessarily unmarked on the far post because Hassan and Turner having to defend. But if it can get to him, there's a strong chance of a goal. What happened there? Just took it a bit early. So corner kick to be retaken. Slack probably looking for an L, and then a light touch to... Oh, he's left it for Fitzpatrick. Hassan read that well. Got across, but it's gone out for another... Oh no, goal kick. I thought that came off Hassan. Goal kick. Sale goal kick. Five minutes left in the first half. Actually, I think our graphics time has started a touch late, so there's probably 3 minutes left. Hassan pressing on, 2-on-1 given. Yep, against Man U. So, first chance to see what Sale's free kick prowess looks like today. So, again, we can see Turner still some way back, although he's pressing up now, ahead of Fitzpatrick. So D, I guess looking for Hassan and then across to Whitworth. Maybe back to D. It's gone out. Unlucky. Didn't quite come off. It's often in power chair football, if you're playing the ball statically, you can hit it to your own player who plays it back and puts more momentum on it, giving you a chance for, as the third touch on the return for an even stronger shot. Didn't come off there. So Man U, little period of pressure here from Sale. Do anything with it? There's Whitworth on the far right, away from the camera. Could catch him out if the ball can get to him, but Nell's picked it up. Tries to throw a dummy to Hassan, doesn't buy it. Just controls it. You see Whitworth wheeling away there to avoid the 2-on-1. Fitzpatrick, lovely ball to Inel. Inel down to Slack. Slack back to Inel. Oh, great ball. Really well intercepted by Hassan. Needed to do that, otherwise Fitzpatrick, as you can see the ball picking up speed, Fitzpatrick would have probably played it across to Slack with a good chance against Sale there, but didn't come off. Fitzpatrick back to Inel. Inel, Fitzpatrick, oh, just touched it in the gap, didn't quite make it. Sale having to be alert and stay sharp. Hassan, Fitzpatrick takes it off him. And I can see the clock time at the other end of the court. That's heading towards 0 seconds, last 30. So probably in the last couple of moves of this half. Man U leading 1-0. A goal from Slack early in the first half, and also a disallowed goal. Similar move, but the two Man U players being too close when they passed it. 2-on-1. Not sure there's any extra time. Let's have a look. The ref's looking at his watch. Match clock down to 0. Kick for Turner. Inel for Man U. Ball's gone out for Sale. D on the left for Sale with a kick. D. Fitzpatrick's intercepted. And there we go, that's half time. So a good half for Man U. Some glimmers for Sale, but most of the pressure with Man U. We'll see how they come out in the second half. We'll take a break and be back with you. Welcome back to Court B. Still 1-0 to Manchester United. Manchester United versus Sale. Fourth weekend of the PTC Therapeutics Championship. Some of you may have noticed on the half-time graphics and at the top the PTC logo. PTC Therapeutics, a very generous sponsor now of the WFA National Leagues, which are now known as the PTC Therapeutics Championship and Premiership. So must thank them for their support. And also today, partly responsible for my breathlessness, we've got some new volunteers. Stuart Parfitt scoring on Court B. Some of you may have seen Stuart around the stadium before. He helped out last season. William Renton, Ellie's Renton, who plays for Middlesbrough. Brothers helping out the scoring on Court A. And a pair of brothers on camera on Court B, Martin Richardson, and on Court A, Marcus Richardson. So we have to thank them for their help as well this weekend. Alex and I wouldn't be able to bring the coverage to you without their help. And we're hoping next time we come live, which should be for the Premiership weekend, Nottingham Trent University have done some cabling work for us, so we shouldn't have signal problems. They put in a permanent network and possibly even a fixed camera, so we're working on that. So hopefully continuing to be able to bring coverage at no cost to any of the teams or supporters, and being able to bring the highest quality we can, including commentary and graphics that help you understand where the game is. So with this game, 4 minutes into the second half, Manchester United leading 1-0, and with most of the pressure again, as they did have in the first half. So I think there's a Whitworth got an issue with his chair, this joystick. Is he away? Yeah, he's okay. So substitution for Sale. Holt is on the right wing, on the right of the camera. Sale's left wing, playing towards us. So the lineup for Sale playing towards the camera in white in goal. Turner, Hassan in the middle, just on the ball then. Whitworth on the ball now, and on our right, Sale's left wing, Holt. And Manchester United playing away from us. Hudson in goal. Inel in the middle on the ball now against Hassan for Sale. Just moving across the back of the goal there, also the front of the goal. Fitzpatrick and Slack. Of course, the reason you can't move across the back of the goal is you're not allowed to leave the field of play in power check football. It's a cardable offence. It's associated with the 2-on-1 rule, is that you can't use the run-off away from the pitch to avoid 2-on-1s. I have to be honest, I can't remember the rule book. It might even be a straight red if you leave the field of play without permission like that. Back with Turner in goal, taking the kick. Whitworth up Sale's left wing, intercepted by Nell, keeps it in, lovely work there. Great dribbling, and it's gone. Unlucky by Nell, but gained a lot of ground there for Sale. Again, Stevenson, the ref, being very firm on contact, giving Whitworth a talking to. And on the right of the screen as we watch, the linesman currently is Lewis, who's also the head referee in England. Again, responsible for scheduling all the officials. Quite a lot of work goes into that, and often last minute changes. So it can run smoothly on the day with everyone needed for the games. So of course, thanks due to the officiating teams. So nearly halfway through this second half, same pattern of play as we saw in the first half. I think there's another pause. Is the ref pausing play? It's a mechanical with one of the players. I don't think the ref has to stop play, but may choose to. But Holt's back. So Holt staying high for Sale, the ball in. And I've missed a substitution there, so Marshall is now on for Man U on the left. Substituted for Slack, who's now on the bench. And your rolling subs in power chair football. Unlimited substitutions on and off. You can't have a squad bigger than 8 though on a match day. So you could have a squad of more than 8, but you can only bring 8 to a game. But it looks like Man U playing with a squad of 5 today, and Sale playing with a squad of 5. So Man U with the free kick, ref pacing out the distance there. Inel with the kick, Marshall intercepted by Turner. Inel with the kick for Man U. Marshall. Man U with the possession. Whitworth doing the work for Sale in the middle, trying to hold off Marshall. Marshall probably take it down the corner, then look back to Inel. Inel to Marshall. Marshall, Inel. Ooh. Well read by Whitworth, but they'll be looking to get the ball across to Fitzpatrick there. Not sure Marshall cut across Fitzpatrick in an extent, so possibly they were within 2 in one range, but ref allowing play to go on. I think it's not hard and fast in that if the player's doing their best to remove themselves from the 2-on-1 infringement, then the refs may be lenient, or they might decide, because of course there might be an advantage to the player against whom the 2-on-1 is caused. So they play advantage. That was a really tough call some years ago in a final of the WFA Cup when the ref blew for the 2-on-1 as the player against whom it was given was taking a shot and scored, which I think would have levelled the game. But, or might have even won the game, but it was disallowed because the ref had already blown the whistle, so couldn't subsequently change their mind and play the advantage. Fitzpatrick to Inel. Looking for Marshall. Just Sale defence too tight on that wing defence there. Pretty good at keeping it locked out. Lovely ball across, well intercepted by Turner. Had to work hard there. Inel, just a passage of play here where Man U are getting their passing together. Just needs that one bit of accuracy to get through a tiny gap, and the wingman will be free. Inel trying to work it up. Inel trying to get it off Hassan, I guess, for a corner there, rather than bring it back into play. Working it very hard. Very cagey down there in that top left Man U corner. Balls are kicking. Inel giving instruction to his teammates how to set them up for this. Inel to Fitzpatrick. Well read by Whitworth. Out for another kick in. So, kick in again to Man U. Marshall positioned on the far post, and I'll be looking to get it. Turner nicely positioned there. Fitzpatrick can't go any further, so this kind of stymied Man U a bit. Hassan cut the ball out. Hassan and Turner playing a nice tight unit in defence for Sale. Probably not being picked up by the mic, but you can hear the boom there as the players bring their balls against the bumpers against the ball. So there's quite some force goes into it. Great shot by Marshall. Great work there by Hassan. Well read twice. So first off the initial save, quick thinking by Marshall for Man U. Put the ball in again. It came off Turner, just deflected it, but Hassan was back on it and sent it out for a corner. So Marshall with the corner, looking for Inel. Inel looking for Fitzpatrick. Hassan read it again. Ooh, so Turner looking for the reverse swing there to send the ball away from goal. Ball just slid behind his back bumper. Came off it, so corner to Man U. Marshall, Inel, not where he would have wanted to put it. Out for a goal kick. Turner looking for Fitzpatrick. It's off Hassan. Hudson and goal for Man U, just stepping up a bit. Trying to find Marshall there. Marshall for Man U. A chance to dribble it towards goal, is it? Nicely. Hudson took the pace off the ball nicely there and just put it towards Fitzpatrick. Didn't quite get it off Whitworth, but it's gone out now, so it's back with Man U. Good at taking pieces quickly. Oh, mistake there from Fitzpatrick, perhaps too quick. But often you'll see them try to set up very fast and catch the opposition out. But didn't work that time. Kick in on Sale's left wing. Hassan taking the kick. Nice set up there from Man U for the defence. Inel quite high actually, so slight risk. If the ball goes to Whitworth, he can get it in, but easily read. Refs, I think the ref's not happy with the distance there. Yeah, Inel moving too fast. Ooh. Saw red there, but yellow card given to Inel. I think attacking the kick too quickly. You have to maintain 5 yards. 5 yards? 5 metres before the ball's taken. So again, we'll see the ref here pace out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Counting more for my own reassurance that it is 5. So Hassan looking for Holt. Holt gets the touch, but Inel keeps it in. Very good on the tight dribble, Inel. Often looks like the ball might be going out and he manages almost to stick the ball to his bumper and keep it in. As he's doing here, moving the play up the park without it going out, but yet the ref's given it. So you might wonder there why Inel is further out than Holt, but Inel gets the kick. The rules are the player deemed to be kind of attacking the ball. If the two of them are touching it as it goes out, the player deemed to be attacking it will get the... So got a substitution there, Whitworth's off. And D back on for Sale. So back with the play. Fitzpatrick played it onto Hassan for Sale. Fitzpatrick, Inel for Man U. Marshall across. Oh, didn't quite get it. Neither did Inel. Is there a chance here? So can Holt take it round Hudson? I think Hudson's too calm and experienced in goal. Creates a bit of an attack now. And given to Sale. So Sale coming into defence. That line up again. Inel, Hudson, Fitzpatrick. Marshall staying out on the left for a fast transition, so won't involve himself in the defensive play too much. No, not many options for D. But again, they're not actually defending the post, so very fast ball and some accurate shooting might get it in, but it'd have to be really good. No, easy there for Man U. They had that all covered all the time. So in L and D. Probably the last chance attack for Sale. The match clock's down to 30 seconds now. A couple of substitutions, no particular stoppages to play, so I'm not sure the ref will add much. In Alan Hassan. So it's looking like a fairly tight contest here, with Man U second in the league, needing to keep pace with Nomad Knights, who are top. But it's looking like it's going to run out 1-0 to Manchester United. Sale still just off the relegation zone, quite comfortably off it, but they're the next team above the relegation zone. So goal scoring is Sale's challenge. I think they've scored 6 there. Fairly tight ship. 20 goals they've let in, but they're not scoring enough. Man U on average running away with a 2-goal difference in their games, so they've been held well here. Ball could have rebound there into goal. Hassan and Turner, as I said before, nice tight unit for Sale. Is that the chance for Enel? No, he's given a 2-on-1, I think. Yeah, I think that must have been Marshall and Fitzpatrick. So 2-on-1 against Manchester United. Kick for Turner. I'm guessing it's the last play of the match. Bit unlucky there. Turner went straight to Enel, and he's put it in. 2-0 then to Man U. I'm guessing the ball gets kicked and that's the whistle, but we'll see. So Sale's kick. 2-0 to Man U. There's the kick, and that's full time. Well done, Manchester United. Unlucky Sale. And just before we finish, of course, we fondly remember Matt Gilmore again, who passed away. Thoughts with his family, friends and colleagues at the club. Back with you for the next match shortly. Welcome back to Court B. Court A. The PTC Therapeutics Championship just underway with Norwich versus Leeds. Leeds Dynamos. Leeds also having a team in the Premiership. So Leeds Dynamos recently into the Championship through the playoffs. I think I've got that right. Last summer. Norwich, a very well established Championship team. But, Norwich in the bottom half this season. Just checking the table. Norwich on 17 points. Just over a goal a game. Just about a goal a game conceded. 1-5, drawn 2, lost 6. Leeds Dynamos 1-6, drawn 6, lost 2. 2 goals a game, 1 goal a game against. So kind of the stats with Leeds on this one. More likely to kind of win or draw than lose. 50-50 whether Norwich win or lose. I'll go through the team shortly, but playing towards us in yellow are Norwich. Playing away from us are Leeds Dynamos in blue. So the teams facing us. I'll be honest, with my glasses on or my glasses off, I can't quite tell who the Norwich keeper is, so I'm going to have to wait until he gets closer. But we've got George on the left, Coleman in the middle, and Fulcher on the right for Norwich. And playing away for Leeds Dynamos, playing away from us, Chadwick with the top knot, Hindley with the colourful fluorescent hair, Robinson on the right, and I've lost the Leeds player. 1, 2, I think they've only got 3 on the pitch. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, oh yeah. So Leeds with only 3 on the pitch. Hindley, Chadwick and Robinson. So you can field a team of 3, and it's a valid game. You can't go below 2. The game would then be conceded. So, having said what I did earlier about the table, Leeds now with a challenge. Can they hold? I guess can they hold on against Norwich with just 3 players? So referee is Lewis, the head referee for England for Power Chair Football. Just having a word with Chadwick there, I think, about swinging in the bumper. Hi, commentary back with you. Sorry about that. I was just checking the lineups. It's Ryan Dack in goal for Norwich. I'll say you're seeing him for Middlesbrough, where he used to play for. So Dack for Norwich, Coleman in the middle, George on the left, and Fulcher on the right, playing a three-person Leeds Dynamo's team with Chadwick on the left, Hindley in goal, and Robinson on the right. And I've also just been joined on commentary by Dave Lewis.
Hello there, everyone. Sorry about that. We just had to deal with the fallout from the 2-1 defeat from Greenbank, conceding 2 penalties, and the player's been booked after the game for failing a speed test because the number changed on the chair. First one for me.
Dave Lewis being one of the coaches for West Brom Dudley.
For Dudley, yes, Dudley. We've just lost to Greenbank 2-1. Tight game, but we did concede 2 penalties, and as I say, player was booked after the game, so I had to talk to the head ref. If we'd have won the game, then we could have actually lost the game by default. I've never had that before, Nick. Anyway, moving on. How are you doing?
Well, thank you. We'll just touch on that because it's quite a technical rule.
Yes.
Rarely occurs, but
Yes.
worth mentioning. Both for many players listening and coaches, and also for the viewers.
Basically, when you're speed tested, if you speed test on 5, you then have to play on 5. Okay, whereas we've been I mean, in fairness, I won't name the player because I don't want to do that. But apparently, someone was tested on 4 and then they've played on speed 5. But the settings on 4 are actually lower. So if they have done that, it's at their disadvantage. So it's not done maliciously. But of course, chairs can be programmed to any speed on any number. So you could have 4 as higher than 5. So, but just had to deal with that, the fallout from that. So
if I remember the regs, that's effectively a disqualification.
Effectively, yeah. So, but
and the result is therefore
it's a
granted
3-0 loss. A 3-0 loss. Yeah.
And it was the ref at the time of the game who identified the issue.
Well, apparently it was the linesman because it was the linesman that did the speed test, and then they have noticed the change in number.
So that's to be differentiated from players who speed test at the end of the game and the speed is over.
That's different.
Who are then allowed a period of grace before
like a 10-minute calling off period, but you are allowed 10% over, and you never really go over.
So pre-game it's 10 kilometres an hour, post-game it's 11.
Yes, that's right.
And that's because, if I've understood it right, the batteries warm up. And
because it gets so warm, the chair, so it's just to allow, that. It's like a Formula 1 car will be a lot hotter at the end of the race than it will be at the start.
Dave, the experienced Formula 1 driver.
That was a Formula 1 sound effect, by the way.
So sorry for the distraction there from this Norwich Leeds game, but they're quite a technical rule there being applied during the weekend. Hasn't affected the result, but might affect the goal difference.
It might affect the goal difference. We haven't been awarded the 3-0 loss yet. We have lost the result stands as a 2-1 loss, but it will go to the management committee, I think. Right. But again, because we've showed evidence that actually the setting 4 is lower than 5, so why would she play on 4? It's clearly an error. It's just a mistake. But it's done now. Nothing we can do other than learn from it.
Is your evidence in the Johnson or Trump camp of evidence?
Oh, it's stronger than that, mate. It's strong, watertight.
Watergate, did you say?
Watergate.
Right, come on, let's get to this game.
Anyway, what we got going on here?
So I was surprised to see Leeds with only 3 players.
Every time I come in here, Leeds are playing. So they've had 2 games already today. This is their second match. So Leeds have only got 3. They have got 4 tomorrow.
Okay. Who's the 4th?
I'm not sure. I know they've got a few players, but I've spent the few days with Dan Rigby, of course, with England.
Yeah.
He told me they only had 3 today. So
Dan's the coach for Leeds Dynamos and plays for Leeds Chariots in the Premiership.
That's right, yeah. Got a few of us here this weekend.
I know we've touched on this before. I'd say this season there's been an explosion of player coaches. There were last 2 seasons, a few, and COVID obviously wiped out.
There has been in the Championship, all our team, apart from Chris Gordon in the Premiership, and I suppose John Balding, he's the coach, although he doesn't stand on the side, obviously. The Championship division, I think half the teams are managed by players now. Brad Bates at Nomads, myself at Dudley, Dan at Leeds Dynamos, you got Marcus to the left of me here with Greenbank, got Dylan with St George's, who's turning up in a bit, I think.
Are their coaching badges required
There isn't actually a requirement, I don't believe. There is a WFA coaching course which teaches the basics, but I like to think when you've been playing for 15 years or so, then you know that. So you probably, but there are, I mean, like me personally, I've just got mainstream qualifications, FA level 1 and level 2, so I could go and coach, a 14-year-olds in a playing field. My phone is ringing, so let me just stop that.
Yeah. So here, and I think I saw Rosie Hodgson. So is Rosie coaching?
Yes.
She's on the left. Is she coaching for Norwich as well?
Well, yes, sorry. Rosie is here as well. That's a new one because Ryan Dack is her fiance.
Yeah.
The Norwich goalkeeper, and he's recently moved there. So he's actually moved house to Norwich to live with Rosie. Has been living in Teesside, so that's quite a big sort of shift across the country. Yes, so Rosie. So that's 6 or 7 clubs coached by people in wheelchairs, players in wheelchairs. So yeah, that's a great hit.
Leeds Dynamos, new to the Championship this season.
Doing well.
The playoffs.
Yeah,
they are doing well. They look like they're in. It's looking like Nomads and Man Utd are going to take the auto promotions.
You say that. What about Middlesbrough? I think Middlesbrough got something to say. And they got
table.
2 games in hand. I think Middlesbrough have won the last 9 games. It could even be 10 if they won this morning. There's a stat for you, Nick.
Yes. As things stand, Middlesbrough do have 2 games in hand, and they're 6 points adrift. So
it's not out of it.
Yeah. So there's 3 scrapping for the auto, and then kind of Middlesbrough, Eels, and Dynamos maybe trying to chase Middlesbrough for that playoff spot. So, I mean, really good records. The top 3: Nomads, Man U, and Middlesbrough. So. Eels and Dynamos, if they're going to put any pressure on, have to keep it up. So,
to be fair, I'm really impressed when a team comes into the league and stays there, because I think that makes the league stronger.
Yeah.
It's no point in having a team come in and go out straight away. It does when a team comes in and establishes themselves. It makes the whole league stronger from even to the Premiership down to the bottom of the Championship. So Leeds have done well. I know there's a couple of teams applying for the playoffs next season, like a second Villa team, a second Teesside team. So again, the league will get stronger again.
Now, you've mentioned teams there. Obviously, here we've got Leeds. Leeds, a club with a big heritage, a number of squads. I think they might have even further teams in the regional games. You've got a Premiership player, England squad member as a coach. Are the second teams always stronger than others when they're in that kind of setup? Do you think they have to play with better players?
I think if you've got anything between 10, 12, 14 players at the club, I mean the sport's only 4 aside, so as soon as you've got sort of a pool of 12 players, you can have 2 squads.
Yeah.
So I think clubs are growing like that now, and Leeds and Teesside are good examples of clubs that aren't linked to mainstream football clubs. So Leeds Chariots aren't linked to Leeds United in the mainstream game, but I think they've been run really well. They've got good people running the clubs, and they've established and grew. So they're charities in their own right, which is the way to go to get more funding in. But yeah, really good examples of clubs. Leeds and Teesside are probably 2 of the strongest clubs we have within the game.
And as we look at the teams here,
disappointing they've only got 3 now.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Hindley and Chadwick in particular.
Okay.
Chadwick on the ball now, Hindley playing with us. How much discussion do you have at West Brom about coordinating haircuts?
Oh, coordinating haircuts. Mine's receding quite quickly. So I don't have a fresh trim like Chris Gordon turns up with, and Marcus here to my left. I haven't got that much to work with, so we don't coordinate haircuts.
Definitely the most colourful hair in the league. Dynamo.
Yes.
Now I think your hair recedes faster than you do as a goalie, don't you? We've had this conversation.
No, let's not go down that route. I've just come back from St George's Park where I dashed across the line and didn't get one, so took the post out.
Right. So the posts, which were a subject of conversation weekend 1, I think they arrived. Everyone seems very, very happy with them.
I've actually met the guy that does them because he came to England camp and he delivered a set for England. And he had a photo.
Are these now fit for level posts? So at the World Cup, will it be the same posts?
I think there will be. I think that, the American, it's not in America, but the Americans do have posts like this anyway. But I think these will be the new norm. They are much better, and what's great about them is the fact the ball bounces off the post, so you can get rebounds. Whereas before, I think we spoke about this before, the ball would just almost stick to the post.
Yeah. Now, I hope you're going to tell me the rebound is lucky, not that your skills are so high you can play
Just
for
ask,
the rebound.
ask Gary Lineker. He scored loads of rebounds.
So it keeps the ball alive.
It keeps
more.
the ball alive better, I think, and obviously it'll come back with more pace.
Yeah.
So you can literally be there. Liam's trying to do it on his own here because we've only got 3 players. Probably should have flicked it out.
So,
then.
I mean, they're doing a great job here with 3, aren't they? Chadwick, I don't know if the numbers are visible on the vid, Chadwick 28 in the middle now. Really playing a dynamic role. Not really a pivot. Can you play a pivot when you've only got 3?
You can, but I think it really hurts you attacking when you've only got 3. I mean, defensively, it doesn't make that much difference because most teams leave a player up anyway. You just haven't got that outlet. So I've seen him there dribbling. I would have hit that.
So he more or less has to.
I mean, if I was Liam now in this situation, he's doing a lot of dribbling, and Mike Coleman's the master of the dribble. I would get the ball out more, at least play high up the pitch, just like now.
You're not going to get it past Coleman, you mean?
Well, he hasn't done so far, has he, really? It's,
so,
I'd try and work a sort of get it down that end and play. It's probably very difficult when you haven't got the 3 players around the box to complete the triangle.
So Mike Coleman, he must be one of the most experienced players in the
This is what I mean,
championship.
I mean, look here, Mike Coleman should have drove to the corner there and flicked it out, but he just wants to dribble. Yeah, now flick it out now, flick it out.
And by flick it out, you're talking about kind of ripping it off the bumper and then...
Ripping it off the bumper, just letting the ball do the work. So Mike there had, I think it's Johan, number 6.
Yeah, Johan George.
Set for a pass and just didn't use him.
So George closest to the camera now on the right.
Who's it 1-0 to, by the way? It's 1-0 apparently.
I don't think it is 1-0.
Oh, okay.
Let's have a look.
Look, see now, this is a chance now.
Oh, it's Leeds Dynamo to 1-0.
Oh, okay. They're winning then, so yeah. Okay, so there's Ben now. This is a right bit of a mess here. Mike's got his back to the ball. That wasn't great defensively from Norwich there. Really had their backs to the ball, driving towards their own goal. Oh, that's a brilliant pass from Liam. I have actually worked with Liam a bit. He's actually come down to see the college that we are associated with. So he's actually come down and trained. And he's a really good player, really good lad as well.
He's based in Yorkshire, is he?
He's based in Yorkshire, yeah.
You work at a college in the Midlands? In
the Midlands, yeah. But he's on about coming to the college when he's the right age. I can't remember how old he is now.
So college secondary?
It's between the age of 16 to 23.
Right.
So obviously he really loves his power chair football and kind of wants to do our power chair football specific course 2 days a week. So he's just been looking at the residential aspects of it.
Now, when you say power chair specific course, you go there just to study power chair football?
Well, it's on 2 days a week, so you'll go to the college Monday to Wednesday. You'll do like a normal academic week, whatever you want to do, and then it'll be power chair football Thursdays and Fridays.
So half time there, it was Robinson scored for Dynamos.
Robinson, he's the leading goal scorer in the league.
Gosh.
Well, he was. I don't know what Nomads are doing over there at the moment.
Hang on a sec.
I think you're wanted.
So I'll let you carry on, Dave. I'll just step away. The video.
Have we done
Yeah,
live?
if the video goes, you're back now.
Okay, so I'm back live. Nick just cut me off. Okay. So it's 1-0 to Dynamos, 3-player Dynamos at half time against Norwich. We'll be back. We'll be back shortly. I need to turn it on. Cheers. Hello everyone, we're back for the second half. Just finishing off a sandwich. It's 1-0 to Dynamos, 3-player Dynamos.
So Dave, in the first half, we got the wrong score. We couldn't remember the players' names, and now we've started late. Shall we see if we can do better?
Yeah.
So,
Sorry guys, it's been a very hectic morning.
So for Norwich in yellow, traditional Canaries yellow, playing away from us. Murgatroyd in goal, Coleman in the middle, George on one of the wings, and Barnard on the left. Cool, good hit there. So Leeds playing towards us. Chadwick on the right, Robinson on our right, Robinson on our left, and
Okay.
Hindley at the back.
Yeah. So Leeds Dynamos having a good season, first in the National League. And now with 3 players also. Liam Chadwick right in front of us here trying to take the corner. Snazzy haircut. Come on, don't worry about me, Liam. Good encouragement from Rosie Hodgson on the side there, defending that corner.
Yeah, so we were talking earlier about the coaches coming in from senior positions in Premier League teams and now coaching Championship teams. Rosie, a long-time player for Aspire. Has she played for other clubs?
Oh yeah, she's had a few clubs, including Norwich, her home town, city. She played for Muscle Warriors, I believe. She's
Right.
I think she's had 4 clubs in total. Oh, I don't know. That's a bit of a collision between defenders there.
Now, I
I
can't...
want to say she played for Villa, but I probably haven't. I
Right.
might be wrong there.
I think she was at college in the Midlands, wasn't she? Some while ago, so...
Some while ago, yes.
Aspire, a couple of years ago, reached the cup final. And in the BT coverage, someone gave Rosie a nickname. Was it Rosie who gave it to us?
But the
Beast from the
I'm
East.
going to say Beast from the East. I'm glad you said it. Yeah, because she's from Norwich, so obviously
Right.
there was, she's quite vocal. Let's say.
Yes.
Probably, which I am too, or granted, but I think Rosie likes to.
Well, one of the feistier players in the
I wouldn't
in the
say.
league,
Oh,
and I think a
go on.
goal-winning, or cup-winning goal scorer as well.
Rosie was.
I
I'm
think
not
so.
sure. I couldn't tell you
So-
really.
Aspire haven't won the league for a while, but have won the cup, haven't they?
Yes, they have. They won the cup a couple of years ago.
And so we were saying earlier, Norwich, a very well-established Championship club.
Yeah, they've been around years. They were a former Premiership club.
But some young talent coming in.
Mhm.
Barnard. George has been playing for a few years now.
George has, yeah. He looks a good player, that Henry Barnard, is it? Harry? Henry, I think. But yeah, they've had some good players over the years, Norwich. They've had Rosie. There was a lad who sadly passed away. Just name's on the tip of my tongue, but he was an excellent player.
And obviously, Dak with Premiership experience.
Yeah, Dak's been a while since he's been Premiership, but it can't, at this level, I think it's invaluable. Look at Kai Shaw at Nomads, didn't really play much for Sevenoaks, if he doesn't mind me saying that, but has really come and added a lot to that team. Someone experienced like that can drop into the Championship and really help a team considerably.
So we were talking earlier on about if you've got 3 players on the court, which is what Leeds have got,
That's a good little pass.
it's easier to defend because many teams will have defensive tactics that are only with 3 players because they'll leave one up.
Mhm.
So difficult for Leeds to transition to attack,
Yeah.
but easier for them to defend. And you've got Norwich kind of dribbling the ball into them. So Norwich need to find a different way.
Yeah, just then, before you started talking, then there was 2 or 3 passes from Norwich. That's what they need to do. If this is what Liam wants. He wants you to dribble onto him now. He's just going to be there to cut it out. They're happy to wind the clock down. The only way, see, look at that, it's a strike. The only way they're going to get back into this game is by passing it round, Liam.
You nearly said just before you droned on there, didn't you?
Droned on. I used to like you, Nick. No,
So-
you're a good man. I genuinely thought you weren't coming this weekend.
I was touch and go.
Touch and go.
Got some family stuff.
No, I know. I thought you, when you hinted about needing a rest and
Yeah.
a chill, I was like, you ain't coming. So I was very pleased to see you here this morning. It's been an eventful morning. As I say, I can help out most of the weekend, but you know, we do need volunteers, don't we, Nick, to help out with
Particularly
commentary.
volunteer commentators, yeah. So if there are
Doesn't run itself.
players in the team rooms listening now, we need your input. We love it, but we also need it. So, you know, please come along and volunteer. Some of you are
Oh, look at that. Brilliant.
reluctant to give it your first go. We've got 2 headsets, so you can have a prime commentator and you just come in when you want to. It's much better for the viewers when we have players commentating because they know all the nuances of the game.
I think people get nervous about what to say, about, you know, maybe the sound of the voice even in some circumstances. I know people don't like to hear themselves talk sometimes, so, but you know, we've all got to contribute to this wonderful sport that we have. We are the ones playing it, and we are the ones that need to push it. So, commentary does help. You know, it's not about slagging anybody off, is it, Nick? It's just describing what. Oh yeah, just me. I'm used to that now. It's just about describing what's happening in front of you, and if you don't know, then you're going to say Norwich attack, Leeds attack. I know there's a lot of technical terminology, and I know that more. I've just been sent some slides from England with all the terminology, and I would love to divulge, but I can't. Things like two-touch, breaking the lines, things like this, But those are sort of football sort of terminology, not just power chair football. Breaking the lines can happen in, Man City, Liverpool in 10 minutes time or whatever it is. So, when De Bruyne passes a defence-splitting pass, that's called breaking the lines,
So that's the equivalent of this fast transition for power chair
Yeah.
football, isn't it? Because you can't quite have a line set up, not enough players.
No.
But that fast path out from defence that goes to your isolated winger,
Yeah.
and they can then play it back to the oncoming team, and that's the equivalent, isn't it? I happened to be at the Arsenal-Everton match where I bumped in by accident to Charlie Kitcher,
Oh, yes.
former
Yeah.
player, former England colleague of yours, and watching Arsenal, they couldn't break the Everton line.
Yeah.
And it was the moment at which the ball broke the line, they stopped dribbling and they broke the line, that I can't remember, Martinelli or Saka came on through the line and either created an opportunity or scored. And that's what we need to see Norwich do here, because they're playing on to Chadwick and Hindley, aren't they? So
Yeah, they're
can
playing.
they create that?
They're playing in front of them. So, like, Liam and Hannah at the back can just simply soak up the pressure and wait for the bad ball, and that's a Leeds ball again.
Clearly they're set up to do that, because on the far left they've got Barnard, who isn't coming back. So he's
If I'm
there.
being honest here, I would actually put both the wingers up here now,
So
because he
you'd-
can play 2v1 effectively.
You'd
Two at the back
you'd
against
let
Liam.
George away.
I would, yeah, I would. So I don't see what the goalie could come and take this, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But Liam is literally doing everything for them, more or less. He's probably the one that's going to be on the ball 75%, 80% of the time even now. First engagement with Liam. See, pass that away. See, I think Henry's moved a bit quick there. He could have let that roll to Henry, back to Mike, switch it out to Johan, goal. Do you see what I mean? But then he's chosen to do it. Yeah, here we go. Oh, that's a wonderful save. You see what we're talking about now?
Yeah.
2 or 3 passes of the ball, and it's Henry Barnard there who really kind of got that ball across.
So that's, for a player of that age,
Yes.
experience, that's a tremendous ball.
Tremendous ball.
Because
that is.
the temptation to shoot there must have been enormous.
It's also
But he knew
frustrating.
to play out.
He knew to
George,
play out,
didn't he?
but if you're the one to play out, you're more than likely to get it back on the back post.
Yeah.
So like that went across to Johan. If Johan then put that back across, Henry's got to tap it.
Yeah.
So you're the one who starts a play is often the one who finishes the play.
So
But,
I should-
this is what people don't see. If you do the hard work further up the pitch, you get your rewards
yeah.
later
So
on.
I'm using surnames and you're using first names. So
Sorry,
people
sorry.
listening. So
We
we've got
don't know what we're doing, basically.
Henry Barnard and Johan George
Yes,
were the
sir.
2 players we were referring
Because we know these guys
Yeah.
well, so sorry about
No,
that.
that's all right. I'm just thinking, if you're listening and I say George,
It's like,
you say
saying
Johan.
Gabriel for Martinelli and... they've got to come down the line now, I think. They've got to make Liam go towards his own goal there, playing across straight into him. Do you know what I mean?
so literally it's impossible because the chairs are speed limited, but it looks like Chadwick
Speed.
is going fast in them because he's everywhere.
It does, yeah, it does. I think he's very good at reading the game. I didn't really know him before he come down to the college the other week, because he needs to offer an angle now. Go on, Johan, that's it, good space. So get into the corners, get themselves up the pitch, and then play from the corners.
So
See,
Chadwick's, you can see him trying to rip the ball off.
He doesn't want to let Mike get to that corner, so that's sensible play. Pressure now, chance for Norwich, chance for Norwich.
So
I need to block Liam off really here.
At this point, you've got to be having the keeper up with pressure and possibly taking the kick.
I don't see why not, because it's 4v3 all day long. Do you know what I mean? There's no pressure, there's no outlet ball, so there's no chance of a goal going in the other end.
There's the occasional fluke deflection, isn't there?
Oh, of course, but it's much more threatening if you've got someone up there. But that then, Michael's going to spin that across. You're not going to get that front bumper. There's no pace on the ball. 7 minutes to go, and I think Norwich should be frustrated here if they don't get a goal. See, this is where you've got to pin Liam now. That's it. Johan George is really trying to. He can't actually pin him and obstruct him, but he can be in a position that sort of restricts him. They've got to fire this in at Johan. I'd really block Liam off here. I'd go on to Liam.
So do you ever train with just three? That would just be the lack of players.
The only time we've trained with three is if we've got 6 at training, so we play a 3v3.
So it wouldn't be
we always insist on getting eight players there. We didn't the other week when there was a bit more tactical stuff. We actually used mannequins. We played with 6 of us. We had 4v2 with 2 empty chairs, and you might think, well, what's the bloody point in that?
Mannequin? Just put it in goal.
Well, we put one in goal and then one out wide. So we were practicing a certain move. So we wanted it to be restricted, but not. So obviously, if we didn't have the players there, we got one of the dads in and he nearly killed us.
Knowing they're turning up with 3, how would Leeds have prepared for this game? Do you think they would have trained with 3, or they just turn up on the day and leave it to the creativity
I
of the
think,
players?
one in goal and then the other 2 battle it out. But Ben's done well here. I noticed Ben's really grown in stature. I don't know why he doesn't pass it out though. They are following their pass, so to speak. I still think there's an argument that Ben flicks that out, Liam can shoot. And then you're 2-0, you know it's never coming back. Here we go, that's what I mean, See, he's on, but look here again, Mike Coleman dribbling. If you look there now, if you freeze that then, it was 3v2 in Norwich's favour.
So,
and yet,
we know Barnard's accurate. If you can get it to George and across to Barnard, that leaves Hindley very exposed.
Go on, see this Hannah's now really brave, considering...
Yeah.
Oh, that's a risk, there, that's a big risk. Liam really should have dropped in behind Hannah there, but in case that ball ricocheted back behind.
He's very attacking minded, isn't he?
He's very attacking.
He's thinking, well, if I drop back, I'm not going to get the intercept.
Oh, that's a corner. That's a goal dust for Leeds now.
Yeah.
Eat the time up. Not that time wasting can be condoned, but it's part of the game. It's part of the game. Which I think you're standing on more wire. I don't know. I'll end up on your lap in a minute. That's it.
I was just trying to cut the circulation off to your mouth.
Okay, so corner for Leeds. If they get a second, it's going to be game over. But
so I mean, good defensive, but Coleman just stopped Robinson doing the spin, didn't he?
Again, then, would you have Liam taking that corner?
But why not? Because he's the finisher.
But no, I would say he needs to be the centre. Ben Robinson.
Right.
Ben Robinson's the leading goal scorer in the league.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And then, but I know what you're saying. But Liam needs to be the one to get back. Liam needs to be the one to get back.
At 1-0 up, 1-0 up. You're not going to bring Hindley in with 3. 2-0, you might.
2-0, you might. I would do it 2-0, yeah. But if I was Norwich now, I wouldn't be holding back. Go on, get in the corner, in the corner. Kick it out now. He's got to flick this up. Johan's got to set his chair to get it to Henry. Henry Barnard, should I say?
So this has got to come off quick.
This has got to come out. So look at Johan. Look how much space he's got. Ben's just starting to get to now. That's it. No. Don't follow. Oh, see, Mike followed.
At that point, Mike followed it.
Go on, get it out now. Back across. This is the chance. Oh, you see that as soon as they get it moving.
Yeah. 2
or 3 passes, they create the chance. Most difficult thing about this sport, football, in general, is scoring goals. So. 3 minutes left.
It's just the tide's just turning, isn't it? I don't know if
these
players are tiring.
Maybe, but this is what they needed to do from the start. Mike Coleman needs to have his chair set.
And also, I mean, you can...
That's got to go back post.
Perhaps if you've started to bags the 3 points psychologically, you then start panicking.
Oh, yeah. There's always an element of panic when it's only a 1 goal difference, but, you know. Phone's going off really loads. Liverpool, Man City kicked off. Just a couple of minutes here, 2.5 minutes I think it is. Scoreboard slightly obstructed. Henry at the back there, Barnard waiting for the ball across. He's barely touched the ball. And when he has done though, he's contributed some really good touches.
So as we close off, Dave, perhaps I might ask you for some reflections on a couple of players. I haven't had a player on commentary this morning. Some weeks ago, Helen Chappell passed away, a championship player, and Matt Gilmore. Fondly remembered him today.
It's the worst aspect to our sport, sadly, and we do lose a high percentage of players. We lose more than other disability football because of the conditions that play the sport. Power chair football is for people with severe disabilities who can't play the running game, who generally have lower and upper body disabilities. So some people have some dreadful conditions that shorten their life, or if they get an infection or anything, then it can really knock them back and make them weaker, and then they don't recover.
And Helen would have been a stalwart of the game.
Helen would be here today. She was, I think,
many decades as you in the sport.
I wouldn't say as many years, but certainly, about 10 double figures. She was also the chairperson of the club, so she ran the club, and she's one of the reasons Leeds have been so successful and have got 2 teams in the National League. Matt Gilmore, we only saw him 2 days earlier. He was at Regional League in Man Utd, and we already passed
Villa as well, so
to
it would have been
Villa, North West Bees.
Contestant or competition of yours?
Yes, definitely. Remember playing against him fondly. Remember coaching against him, playing against him. So he's been a stalwart. Feel deeply sorry for John. John's a good man. So he needs to get his ball out. But no,
John himself contributed a lot to the game.
John is a referee. He runs clubs. He's been at several clubs himself. Was at Villa. So no, it's a dreadful, by far the worst aspect to our sport, and our sincere condolences to all the families that are involved, been affected. I'm not sure what Coleman's trying to drive this in here. It's not the best idea, I don't think, when you've got players around you to pass the ball. No, we must also mention Steve Baxter, who also passed on New Year's Day. So again, it just highlights the closeness of the community as well, that everyone feels these losses.
Steve, national head referee,
for referee,
referee.
No doubt would have been going to Australia. I certainly think so. Deeply missed Steve. Was even here today, he probably would have been here refereeing.
A WFA trustee as well, wasn't he?
WFA trustee for a long time. Was there when I was involved with the WFA. Really supportive to myself, both like on and off the pitch, really. No, it's desperately sad. It's not a nice aspect to the game. I know. Shout out for Brad Bates, who's not very well. Should be with Nomads today. He's, I don't want to say what's wrong with him, but he's very, not in a good way at all. Wishing him the very best recovery. He didn't attend the development England game the other day, so must be ill if he's missed and he's not here this weekend with Nomad. So yeah, it's not good. It's not good. So we have to support each other, look after each other.
So, thoughts with Helen and Matt's family and friends.
Absolutely.
Team colleagues.
It's I must also mention, if you don't mind, it's 12 months tomorrow since Brad Addison passed.
Right, a colleague of yours at West.
Yeah, a very good friend of mine as well, and must admit, it's hit the post. Is that a penalty? That could be a penalty. I think that's a penalty.
A penalty because of...
Well, I don't know. There was a flag, and I don't know. They all looked at each other. The final whistle has gone.
Okay.
They all had a quick glance at each other then, and
so
Vicky on this side was waving his flag.
So once the ref plays full time...
Well, unless we got VAR. But they should have done that in April Fool. Yeah, April Fool today. You should have done. The referee, first time ever, can go over to the scoreboard and it changes into a monitor.
and and they'll say,
And they can VAR
what the
penalty.
VAR guys said, oh, they weren't talking about match, they were fondly remembering Mr. Collins.
No, but you know, it's an important aspect of the game, isn't it? So,
So
1-0 to Leeds.
yeah, you have to say that's good for them. That keeps the momentum on their kind of entry into the
3-player Leeds
Championship
beat
with
4-player
anything.
Norwich.
Yeah. Right, thank you for joining me, Dave.
No worries, I'll be back in a bit. I've got to
Okay.
go and
You've got to go and eat some lunch.
just going to eat this pork pie and been holding for 20 minutes.
Other
Can you,
foodstuffs are available.
Yes, it's not a Mountain Moby one. I'll be back in a bit for more comms.
Right. Goodbye.
Cheers,
From
bye-bye.
Port Bay. Welcome back to Court A. PTC Therapeutics Championship. Got Eels versus Greenbank. I'll go through the teams in a second. Just check out the table positions. So, this is a cracker. So the Eels are 5th, Greenbank 6th. Eels with a 5-point gap. So if they win this, it kind of takes them well away from Greenbank. If Greenbank can win, kind of edges them into the possible opportunity of a 3rd place playoff position for promotion to the championship. If you were listening earlier on in the day, you might have heard myself and Dave Lewis talk about the number of Premiership players now coaching, and Greenbank are one of those teams coached by Marcus Harrison of England and West Bromwich Albion. Marcus famously scored the winning penalty against France to win the European Championships for England in Finland pre-COVID. I think that must have been 2019. Goodness, nearly 4 years ago. So facing us in the traditional tiger orange, we've got Eels, Electric Eels, probably officially known as Hull and West Riding. Or is it East Riding? Must be East Riding. So Kai Gill in goal. We've got Brennan on their left. I can't see past the players. Cole Simpson, is that yet? Cole Simpson and Lambert. So I'll go through that team. So Kai Gill in goal, facing in blue. Behind him at the moment is Cole Simpson, who will be playing the middle role. Lambert and Brennan. And as the play comes down towards the camera, I'll do the Greenbank players as well. So play with Greenbank with the initial pressure. Plays the ball into the defensive wall there for Eels. That's Curran for Greenbank. Blown up for a foul. So for Greenbank on the right, we've got Ashton in the middle, just touching the ball there. Book Platt at the top, Curran, and in goal Taylor. That's Taylor in goal. In the middle at the moment, Book Platt. On the left, Ashton, and on the right, Curran. And obviously, usually we focus the camera on the play, on the court, but an important part of the atmosphere in the Lee Westwood Sports Centre are the supporters, and Greenbank turned up with their banner. I think the cameraman said he might be able to hone in on that. So a lot of the teams coming in to support their supporters coming in to support their players, and then they have to clear up for the next team, so that's a good effort from Greenbank. So looking then really, I think here Greenbank needing the 3 points, otherwise Eels put a big gap between them and Greenbank. Eels in, I said 5th, I think it's Eels in 5th, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Greenbank in 6th. Now you'd expect that Eels have much more experience individually and as a team here, so it's a tough ask for Greenbank, but Greenbank got one of the best players in the world as their coach. Both individual skills and tactically. So is he able to convey that to his team? So we've got Eels and Greenbank with Cole Simpson for Eels pushing it down the left wing. Buckplatt in and cut it off there. And I think if we can just hone in now, you've got Marcus and Jerry Kinsella. So you probably see both the Greenbank coaches on the wing. I was saying earlier, Marcus, a player for the Premiership club, West Bromwich Albion. Jerry Kinsella, long-time wheelchair, power chair football coach. I think Jerry will have brought Greenbank into the Championship. I can't remember the playoff sequence that got them in. I think it was recently. I might have misremembered with COVID and other things happening. But I think Marcus then joined the setup. So kind of both got experience, long-term coaching-wise there, and a recent playing experience from Marcus. And Greenbank holding their own very well in the Championship. Was that a double touch? What's happened there? Yeah, double touch, so kick to Eels. You can see here Cole Simpson running the play. Cole Simpson, number 10, facing towards us. Brennan just moving away from the camera, and Lambert on the goal. Not sure if this is direct or not, so whether Lambert has yeah, no, it's not direct. Oh, that's unlucky. So Taylor came to attack the ball, and as a result just touched it, and it went in off the bumper. If it had gone straight in, I don't think it would have been allowed. So that's 1-0 to Eels. That's a tricky one. I mean, you have to be really brave not to touch it, and I think also if Taylor doesn't touch it, then Lambert's going to attempt to touch it, and same effect, a goal. So had to attack the ball. But Greenbank pushing up again. Greenbank having a good weekend. Earlier they beat Dudley. That was the game we were talking about, where I think the game was the game result was 2-1, but there's an outstanding disciplinary issue around one of the players' speed tests, and subsequent change to speed test settings, which we were explaining in the previous match, a kind of particular technical regulation of power chair football. It won't change Greenbank's points. It may result in a different goal difference. I'm just looking at the goal difference. So Eels are really big, 28 goal difference. They've now got equal with Man U. Only Nomad Knights have got a bigger goal difference. So Greenbank need to, if they're going to beat them over the season, it would seem likely it has to be on points, not equal points and separated by a goal difference. Taylor for Greenbank, taking the ball away but intercepted by Cole Simpson. So it's looking the way they're set up that Cole Simpson will run the midfield, and will Brennan and Lambert be the wing people, with Kai Gill at the back. Again, we regularly talk about the depth, how deep some keepers play. Got Gill playing deep for Eels, allowing the other three to attack. Again, more of a defensive posture than some of the very attacking setups you'll see in the Premier League in particular. Taylor for Greenbank, same concept, talking about the keepers. Taylor for Greenbank in not leaving the box, leaving the 3 players up front to attack. So if you bring the keeper into play, you get an extra pass, you get an extra pivot on your triangles, but you leave yourself open to threat on the transition, so you have to be very sure of your passing and set up an ability to defend quickly. Platt going for goal, easy job there for Gill, but goes off the Eels goalie's bumper out for a corner. And we'll now see Eels set up for, oh, that's an interesting variation, kind of an L-shaped setup for Eels on the corner defence. Gives them a little more width, but still well defended by Simpson. So you'll see some teams put 3 on the defensive wall there, obviously putting their and the 3rd player has to be outside the box because you can't have 3. You can't have the goalie and 2 players in the box. But the right angle setup that Gill and Simpson put together there means that the 3rd defender's some way away from the play. Is that the chance? Oh, Ashton not quite getting to it fast enough, and Simpson for Eels across and saves what otherwise would have been a certain goal. So here they've got a straight line set up, Lambert facing Gill, Simpson at the back. Ashton would be looking for Buchplatt, and I guess he'd be looking to put it across quickly to Curran. What happened there? It must have just gone out. Looking straight down the line, and I didn't notice myself. So Eels kick, Gill to take for Eels in the keeper's trip. Slight risk there, got caught by Buchplatt but not able to put it straight in. I think it was the Man U, I can't remember, Man U earlier scored directly intercepting the keeper's kick early in the day. Not an unusual way to score, so you have to be very careful as the keeper as you play the ball out, because often you'll be wanting to set up for attack if the opponents intercept, then you're left out of position. Nice touch by Lambert, but it doesn't get past Ashton, who read it and puts it out. So Eels still with the possession and the pressure. Simpson. Ooh, no. Good attempt at recovery there from Simpson, but couldn't get the angle, so it's gone out for a kick to Greenbank. So you see here Brennan staying high, not particularly involved in the defence, although he's now gone left for Eels. So you got Ashton on the ball to Buchplatt, trying to drive it towards the goal, not too much experience in Simpson and Gill to be able to dummy it past them. Now Eels immediately into the transition for the attack, Lambert and Brennan high up the pitch. So Simpson can rip the ball off and break it, maybe to Brennan and then Lambert. There's an attack on. So got it in the right as no. Ooh. Oh, so it's broken to Buchplatt. He's now heading towards Gill. Gill has to intercept. Brennan backs away, trusting his keeper to deal with it, which he has done. So this is going to be interesting. Ooh, right now the break's on suddenly for Eels, leaving it to Lambert. Lambert's trying to find Brennan. Ooh, Lambert, well defended by Ashton. Trying to rip it away to Simpson, doesn't quite make it. Simpson, I think, looking to get the kick in there off Ashton bumper. Ball's still in play. Good defending from Greenbank. Didn't quite cross the line there. So usual rules, whole of the ball has to cross the whole of the line. And great defending by Taylor, because really hard to recover and bring the ball back when it's rolling away from you. So still 1-0 to Eels, and it couldn't have been closer then. So back with Greenbank. A bit of to and fro here. Team's relatively even match, but Greenbank haven't quite managed to create that scoring chance. But they've still got a, scoring record's not bad. Just 1.5 a game. Eels though at just under 3 a game. As was said on earlier commentary, one of the hardest things to do is score. Eels already with the advantage. Simpson to Lambert, Simpson for Eels, Lambert for Eels across. Can he find Brennan? So I'm not sure Buchplatt knew that Taylor was there, was leaving it, and Brennan was also open, but ref's given a 2-on-1 to Eels. Eels discussing their tactics, Simpson running the show again. So this should be a trained set play. What we're going to see. Simpson, Brennan looking to go back to Simpson. Ashton's intercepted. Lambert pulling away, so he's available at the far post. But Ashton's still got enough control and he's taken it past Simpson, but he's recovered. So the two of them locking the ball up in the middle of the field. It's gone towards Gill, but again Simpson's seen it out, but he could have kept it in, and it's now Ashton. Simpson, oh again, great control there. Not sure how much of that was you can see in detail on the video, but ball heading out and manages to capture it and control it. Again here on the line we've got Simpson probably looking for a corner. It's gone out for a kick in, yep. So Eels kick in, Lambert to take it. And the refs just pause play. I think there's issue you probably too low level of detail to see on the video, but the back of the chairs there's a small set of caster wheels. They need to be down to prevent the chairs wheeling as they accelerate forwards. So you lift them up when you're not playing, and during the game they have to be down. Otherwise the chairs can tip over backwards. So back with play. The match clock's now at at 0, so it's with the ref for additional time. Lambert picks the ball up. There we go, half time. So Eels the better of the second half, both possessionally and scoring wise. 1-0 to Eels. Greenbank some good work, but not managed to yet have a really serious go on goal. We'll be back with you in the second half. back on court 8. Eels versus Greenbank. Eels leading 1-0 after a first half which Eels did just edge, not only on score but on possession and attempts at goal. And Eels with a substitution. It looks like Brennan's off and Rothery's on. So on the far left, Rothery on for Eels. And Greenbank are still with Taylor, Ashton, Bookerplatt and Curran. So the Eels team, Gill facing away from us in goal, Rothery on the left, Simpson on the ball now, and Lambert. Just touched the ball, so big swing. Oh, from Rothery, missed by Bookerplatt, but gone wide. So that should be a goal kick to Greenbank. So this is quite an important game because there's the top 5. Eels are 5th, have 26 points. Greenbank have 21. If Eels win this, it'll just push the top 5 away. 29 points, an 8-point gap then between the top 5 and 6 downwards. Where are we? This will be game 14 for Eels and Greenbank. So I think there's 22 games they play, so 8 games left with essentially 3-game difference. It probably leaves Eels, Leeds Dynamos, Middlesbrough, Man U and Nomads fighting it out for the 2 automatic promotion in the playoff place. So the 3rd place in the Championship goes into a playoff with 3rd from bottom in the Premiership. Hope I've got that right. For a place in the Premiership the following season. So this is the 4th weekend of the Championship. The 5th weekend is some way away, I think. It's 27th and 28th of May. So almost a 2-month gap before we'll know. And at this rate, by the end of tomorrow, I don't think Manchester United will have put enough distance between them and Middlesbrough or Leeds, but there could be clear whether Nomad and Manchester United can only end up in the playoffs, and they've got that in an automated place. So Eels still fighting. They've got 2 games in hand on Dynamos, who have got 27 points. I'm just going to double check the tables up to date. Yeah, so the table should be right. Yeah, so table that I'm looking at is up to the previous games. So with 2 games in hand, Eels can go on to 32, which would take them above Leeds, but Borough with 2 games in hand also can go on to 35, which would put them near Man U. It would be about goal difference. So really, Eels have to win this to keep that pressure on the potential playoff places. Possibly even 2nd, but quite a way to go there points wise. Need a lot of slip ups from Man U and Nomad Knights for Eels, I think, to make the automatic promotions, but definitely with a chance in the playoffs. Taylor, that's one of those moves where we're talking earlier about the keeper misfires and the opposition has a chance to really go in on the ball and attack a ball out from the keeper, they can fire in a hard shot, and almost impossible for the keeper to save if it goes past them. So Taylor again, looking really not got an out. So she's got Buchplatt and Curran who are in line, and Ashton's been cut off by Rothery. So Greenbank, Buchplatt taking it round. Simpson read that. He's keeping the ball in. No. So kick in. Is that a goal kick? Yeah, goal kick. They're given where it went over. Nope. Yep. Goal kick. Taylor to Ashton, and usual miss there from Ashton. Simpson to Rothery. Rothery trying to fire it across. Taylor got it covered. I think that's one of those where sometimes you play it up and down the line a couple of times, draw the players out before you try to move it across. As they're set up at the moment, Greenbank, Taylor and Buchplatt, is going to be pretty hard to play the ball through them. But that's what Lambert tried to do. It did get past, but under the control and eye of Buchplatt. So Simpson for Eels in orange on the left. Plays it straight to Lambert. Lambert, I think, looking to get it around the corner past Taylor, but easy to read. 2-on-1. What's the ref done? He's given that to Greenbank. Oh no, he miscalled it, so the ref's given a set ball. Set ball, like a drop ball in running game. The ball's put between the two chairs. They have to make contact together, and then they play. Corner then for Eels. Lambert hit the post. I don't know if you saw there, the post barely moved. Talking earlier about the difference the posts are making this season. Much heavier base, so they don't get pushed around as much by the ball. So you're more likely to get a kind of true bounce. You know, it's a round post, but you get a true bounce off the post. So more the ball's being in play more often. Previously, the ball could push the post way off the line quite easily, and the ball would just go out if it hit the post. Out again. Eels across to back with Simpson. Is that Simpson? Yeah, Simpson and Buchplatt. Bit of a head-to-head between these two in this game. So we've got 10 minutes left. Not much goal threat posed by either team. Eels had most of the play and most of the pressure, but Greenbank able to soak it up. Buchplatt and Simpson locking the ball up in the middle. Ooh, interesting there. Simpson refusing to concede. If they'd have gone out together, Buchplatt would have got the kick in because he was essentially the attacking player. Simpson wasn't going to let that happen, so he let it go, let the ball come back in, but won it as a result. So high up the pitch now, we've got a kick in for Greenbank. Again, you see Taylor, the Greenbank keeper, with very few options, so he has to play it into Ashton. Buchplatt immediately finds himself having to face Simpson. So pressure back on Greenbank. I don't know if there's a slightly different setup that Greenbank could find to give them more outs. Again, Taylor holding hands up like, what am I meant to do? So that's Eels continue to lock it up, all the play in Greenbank's half so far this last spell. And a crack at goal, it's gone in. Oh, that's an Buchplatt, a really solid player, unusually just let the ball behind him and between him and the post. So 2-0 to Eels. I think that was Lambert's shot. So the pressure's paid off. Looking like the game's Eels now. 8 minutes left to play. So suddenly, Greenbank spurred to come back a bit. Simpson having to work hard in defence. Substitution, Curran off for Greenbank. Reese on the right hand side of the pitch. Just checking there's no changes for Eels, no. So for Greenbank we've now got Taylor in goal, Reese on the Greenbank left facing us on our right, Buchplatt in the middle coming towards us now, and Ashton in the back at the middle. And still with their same setup after the substitution, we've got Gill in goal, now racing away down the right hand line for Eels. At the back at the moment, Simpson, Rothery in the middle and Lambert on the left. Taylor driving the ball out, back with Eels. Just Eels keeper being helped out there. Lambert for Eels. Buchplatt easily taking it around Lambert. Simpson locks him out again. Two of them advantage now just with Simpson, if that's what's the ref done? I think there must have been a line flag for 2-on-1, is it? Or had it gone out? Yep, 2-on-1. So Greenbank back in possession. Oh no, there's a don't know what. Another set ball. So Simpson puts it out. So kind of back to the pattern of play that led to the second Eels goal now. Greenbank not able to relieve the pressure. Eels just keeping the pressure on. Fairly patient, playing the same style, looking to get it to Simpson, and then if he can he plays it off to Rothery or Lambert for an attempt on goal. Rothery now playing the centre for Eels. Working on Ashton. He's let it go so that Simpson can come in. Simpson's attacked the pass. Now Simpson driving down the line. Lovely, look at that control. And the ball's gone out and Simpson having the attacking position, given the kick in. Again, Lambert with that move. That was the same one that led to the second goal. Buchplaat positioned well against the posts, didn't get in. Simpson and Buchplaat facing off against each other. Rothery moving away, ceding the ground, but that means Simpson can keep playing on. So you got two choices as the ball's heading: either the player Simpson cedes and then Rothery comes in, or vice versa. Rothery leaves the play to continue with Simpson and Rothery moves out of the way. Otherwise, you get the 2-on-1 that we've spoken about a number of times. Back with Buchplaat. Simpson locks him up. So at this stage, this is all to Eels' advantage, just slowing the game down, keeping the ball locked away. Rather tight attempt on goal. It's gone out for a goal kick. So we've got Eels. Eels are now set positionally as opposed to marking per se. You've got Rothery high. Well read by Simpson. 2-on-1. So that was one of those where Simpson attacked ball, Rothery as well, and 2-on-1 given against them. Back with Greenbank. So this is one of what's going to be a limited number of chances left for Greenbank to get back. Plays the ball straight to Rothery, just needs a touch. Sorry, Simpson touch now to Rothery. Taylor's read it, saved the day off Simpson for a kick in. Greenbank, again, well read and intercepted by Rothery. Now he's got to strip it away from Taylor and get it. Sorry, I'm saying Rothery, that's Lambert. So Lambert now on the ball with the corner. Rothery on the far post reels. Not enough of triangle there, I don't think. So Simpson's pulled out. It's got to come off him, has it? No. Lambert playing it towards Buchplaat and Taylor. Not sure if he's looking, hope they'll miss it and get through, or the ball will come off and out to Simpson. But not sure what the thinking there was, but it's now with Simpson and Buchplaat again, and Simpson can just roll the seconds down, locking the ball up. Simpson to Lambert. Lambert, I think, was going to swing it across, but Buchplaat and Taylor would have had it covered. I don't think it would have gone in or hit Rothery, but as it is, goal kick. Simpson now driving down into the corner. Can't really lose here. Gets the corner or a goal kick and still gives Eels the possessional advantage. So goal kick. Rothery immediately goes high. Attacking posture there. Taylor looking for an out. You've got Ashton and Buchplaat in a line, so that's cut Ashton out of the game. Buchplaat and Rees on the left. So Rees is the only option on their own. Buchplaat's picked it up, but Simpson's seen it. Again, Simpson takes it down. Last minute coming up. Kind of solid performance from Eels. A lot of defensive work put in by Greenbank, but possibly one or two really slight errors, and they're 2-0 down. So slight tough one for them. So I think that's game 14. So 8 to go. It's now a 8-point gap. If my sums are right, probably not. Another check. Eels on 26 will go to 20. Yeah, there'll now be an 8-point gap between Greenbank and Eels in the table from 6th to 5th. 8-point gap over 8 games is it's going to be a tough one to pull back. So probably this is where the table starts to split now for the rest of the season. goodness. Now, did we speak too soon? So a fortunate deflection, but a deflection nonetheless. You're not got it in the box, you're not going to score. So Reese puts it in. Came on as a sub in the latter half of the second half, but so that's 2-1. 2-1 to Eels. Match clock's at 0. Do they have time for one last super effort? Ref's looking at his watch. Just looking at the graphics, it says half time. It is full time. Oh, sorry, it's not full time, it's the second half. But Eels and there we go. So congratulations to Eels, 2-1. Valiant effort, not quite enough from Greenbank. And quite a big split in the table now. Greenbank on 21, Eels on 29. That's the difference between 6th and 5th in the table. So it's now 10-2. Next game should be at 2:15. We're roughly on schedule today. So I'll be back with you for the 2:15 kickoff, which, let's check the matches. 2:15 Court A will be St George's versus Man United. Man United needing to keep winning to put pressure on Nomad Knights, who are currently driving very hard at the top of the Premier League Championship. So next game on Court A, St George's Knights versus Manchester United. Hello again, welcome to Court A. Just kicked off. St George's Knights versus Manchester United. Really important game for both teams. Man U needing to keep pressure on Nomad Knights. Man U currently no games in hand and 4 points behind Nomad Knights. St George's having a really tough season. A club with a long history in the national leagues. They're currently second from bottom. 3 points. Kind of averaging a 4 goals a game concession. Man U winning on average by 2 goals. So we're into the first minute or so. I'll go through the teams in a second. Already a really lovely touch there from Fitzpatrick. So Slack playing a indirect free kick towards Fitzpatrick, who managed to soften it and deflect it into the goal. Really good skill. So we've got, for Man U in red facing the camera, Hudson at the back as in the goalie, Slack in the middle, on our right Marshall, and on our left Fitzpatrick at the moment. And then playing away, great set of play. Is that going to be finished by Fitzpatrick? Outstanding. Goodness, great play there. We've spoken throughout the day about the importance of the transition and the speed of the pass. Really, really good example there from Manchester United, who weren't able to put that together earlier on in the day when we saw them. Won, but, and I think I've been talking to you with graphics overlays on, so I've just taken them off. Apologies. So back to the game, 2-0 now to Manchester United already within the first couple of minutes. I was just saying how that speed of transition you'd have seen there. Bravely, St George's playing an attacking posture, but caught out on the speed of transition from Man United. So I'd just done the Man U teams. That was Hudson, Fitzpatrick, Slack and Marshall. And the St George's teams. Just going to double check. So we've got Laura Evans, Millington, Lovell and Kerrison. So Evans in goal, Millington currently at the back, Kerrison on the right playing away from us, and Lovell on the left. I can see Man U have got a bench. I'm not sure if St George's have. So 2-0. Manchester United playing, or being allowed to play perhaps much more dynamically than they had been a touch earlier in the day. Just look up that. Yeah, it was Man U Sale where it was kind of a slightly cat and mouse, and Man U weren't able quite to get into the rhythm. But now Man U St George's Man U already 2-0. Lovely goal by Fitzpatrick off an indirect free kick, and then a great team move with Fitzpatrick finishing it off. Slack with the ball. Slack to Marshall. Oh, found the gap beautifully there. Fitzpatrick not quite able to get to it. So if the stats I've got to be believed, and they're probably slightly undercooked because full time will probably have a slightly more accurate record, but we've got Fitzpatrick with 13 goals, Slack with 9, Inel is currently off the pitch with 6, and Marshall with 4. Hudson currently the keeper 2. So goals around the team for Man U. For St George's. Goodness, just a couple of goals. Evans and Millington. So it's implying there's only 2 goals for St George's across the game so far. So again, already looking like a hard road for St George's in this match. On average, Man U winning by a 2-goal margin. On average, St George's losing by a 4-goal margin. So already the game is tilted to Man U. So Man U at 2-0, just as we near the end of the first quarter of the game. But St George's got an attacking posture on. Lovell just not quite making the contact he wanted. Evans, dare I say it, being marshalled across the park by Marshall. But still taking control, just taking ripped off a bumper. Marshall, a lovely turn round Millington there, but he needed to get the ball away to... Now 2-on-1 there. Now normally the goalies don't get involved in a 2-on-1, but because the keeper was out the box, the keeper then becomes a normal player, so can commit a 2-on-1 in the box. The keeper's excluded from 2-on-1s. Hudson plays it to Marshall, didn't quite make contact, and goal kick. So I think you can see that, you know, Hudson playing very high there. Obviously a bit more confidence in the posture they can take, Manchester United, playing higher than they did against Sale. Slack. Oh, wow. That looked like, I'm at pitch level, and that looked like a fantastic threading of the needle there from Slack off the corner. I'm also able, just have a quick look at the replay. That looks like there is almost no distance between Millington and Evans, and Slack gets it in. That's outstanding skill. So 3-0 now to Manchester United. As I said, I think that they just look like they come out with a different edge, Man U, from the previous game, where they didn't do badly. They beat Sale 2-0. Marshall, finished again by Slack. This is just really tough for St George's. The pace of the passing's catching them out. I mean, perhaps the what do they need to do? How do they need to set up to stop this? kind of need a bit of patience, perhaps. Maybe just sit back and soak it up for a bit. And trying to be brave and play forward, they're offering the gaps which Man U are exploiting rapidly. So we've had a switch for Man U. Inel on our left playing towards us for Manchester United is now on, and Fitzpatrick, Man U's top goal scorer, possibly amongst the top goal scorers in the competition, now on the bench. See if I can get any indication of top scorers. So still with now Millington on the ball. Slack stripped it off his bumper. Bit of a fortunate deflection, went back to Slack, but not quite able to deal with it. Bit of an attacking opportunity for St George's. Played to Kerrison, nicely played across. Oh, didn't quite find the gap. That was Lovell was waiting, ready to pounce, but was intercepted by Man U. So St George's still with it. Intercept by Nell, looking for a touch to Marshall. So I'm just looking at full time, which might be a couple of games behind the stats that I've got, and Fitzpatrick I've got on 13 goals. Yeah, so even now I think Ben Robinson and Abby Bolt, Bobby Allen, Aidan Lambert. So Leeds and Nomad Knights, I think, with the top scorers, but Fitzpatrick will have now moved into that top 5. So if he puts a few more away, although he's off, might be challenging Robinson for the overall record. But the goal difference between the teams. So Nomad Knights have got a 40 goal difference advantage over Manchester United. So realistically, it's not about the goal difference between Man U and Nomad Knights now. It's about Man U getting more points. So no doubt a strong win here will give the great save there from Millington. Ooh, and Millington and Evans have run into each other. Oh dear, O'Neill's drawn the ball in well there. So I think that's 4-0 to Man U. So I can see the ref just checking the players are alright. So 4-0 to Man U. Fitzpatrick. I'm saying 4-0, it's not 5-0, is it? Yeah, 4-0. So I think we've got Fitzpatrick, Slack, Inel. 5 minutes left in the first half. Slack on the ball. Being quite dynamic here, moving around a lot. Man U, just I'm not sure if they're settling to set up or just trying to disrupt St George's with their movement. Well seen by Evans, put out for a kick in. Marshall on the ball. Marshall, Slack, looking for the touch. Oh, that touch there to Inel would have seen a chance created. Great cross by Inel, well read by Evans. Looking back for Inel from Slack, but Millington's got it covered. Millington and Inel. Millington's picked it up. If he's not careful, Slack'll, but he's done well there. Ooh, I'd have said a 2-on-1, but the refs let it play. Millington driving forward. Looking for Kerrison, but couldn't get the ball away from the chair. So kick into Man U. So I think clearly at 4-0 the game's up. St George's have only scored 2 all season. And they're facing a Man U side who just look a little sparkier than they did earlier in the day. Some great passing moves from Man U. But they've got this period of play where they're settled against St George's. They're defending well. Millington and Evans doing the work the way the team's set up, and Lovell and Kerrison as the outs, the transition players, if they can get the ball up to them. So Inel to Slack. Inel looking for the ball across. Again, that move you see where Inel plays it to Slack, it comes back to Inel. It comes back faster to Inel. So he's got a chance to put more pace on it across the goal. If he just tried to cross across the goal, it's not necessarily as fast. And just the movement out creates a bit of space between the defensive setup. So I think if you watch a lot of the footage back, which unfortunately I have done, you'll often see the defensive players move with the ball. They kind of get lulled into it. That opens up gaps, and the players on the attack can then exploit those gaps. You sometimes wonder if the players were still and were patient, would that make it harder to get through. Inel now looking. Millington has to defend it. Inel. Millington again. Millington and Evans acting as essentially the attacking midfield, trying to drive it out, but they've got to be able to free the ball up to get it away to Lovell and Kerrison, and they're getting trapped usually by Slack in the middle, but also Marshall. So Hudson now right up on the right of Man U's halfway line. Attacking kick in, looking for Inel, looking for Slack to Marshall. Marshall, and ball not quite quick enough. Millington across to intercept, and it's gone out for a goal kick. Match clock's now at 0. Evans intercepted by Marshall, and the ref's blown up half time. So convincing first half from Manchester United, some really lovely play. Great fast passing. Seen goals from Fitzpatrick, 2 from Slack, if I remember rightly, and Inel. And St George's Knights struggling to get out and release the ball to their attackers, Lovell and Kerrison. So we'll have a break and we'll join you for the second half. Welcome back to Court A, second half. St George's Knights versus Man U. It's 4-0. Oh, sorry, it's 5-0 to Man U. I think we missed a goal in the first half. They were so quick. So we got Slack, Fitzpatrick, and Inel scoring the 5 goals. Really tough call now for St George's to recover. They've only scored 2 goals all season, and Fitzpatrick already on the attack. Fitzpatrick has an opportunity to head up the top scorer charts here. I think he's moved towards the top 5, if not into it. Currently Leeds and Nomad Knights players with the highest scorers. But as I mentioned in the first half, the competition between Nomad Knights and Man U is about points, not goal difference. So Nomad Knights already have a 40 goal better goal difference than Man U. There's probably 8 games or less left for Man U now, so they'd have to average 5 games a goal more than Nomad Knights are getting, which seems beyond the realms of possibility. So I think this will be the 16th game, so actually there's only 6 left for Man U. So really what they've got to do is just keep slotting away, getting the 3 points, and hoping that Nomad Knights slip up. But at the same token, this takes a win here, would take Man U 8 points clear of Middlesbrough, who are currently in 3rd place. Although Middlesbrough have a game in hand, as do Eels. They're 8 points or more behind Man U after this game, assuming it finishes a Man U win. So with 6 games to play, 8 points clear, that's essentially a three games in, clear. It's possible by tomorrow that Man U and if Middlesbrough and Eels drop more points, Man U and Nomad Knights might be guaranteed at least a playoff spot. They're possibly already a guaranteed playoff spot with a weekend to go. And it's 2 months till the next set of matches on the 27th and 28th of May, which will determine the championship. This, of course, is the PTC Therapeutics Championship. PTC, a very generous sponsor now of the WFA Nationals, both Premiership and Championship. You should see their logo on the top right of the graphics and drawing across the screens. So they, alongside AWS, who helped secure the funding for the technology that we managed to buy and put in place, mean that the streaming should be secure for some years to come for the WFA. We're hoping, and the Nottingham Trent University are currently doing some technical work for the WFA, that there should also be a much secure network signal. One of the issues we have is trying to get the network created and running each weekend. As a result, some of the matches 9 o'clocks don't start on time streaming wise. Sometimes we lose the stream during the weekend, but hopefully that will stop that happening. So as a minimum you'll get secure footage throughout the weekend, and as we can encourage more players to commentate, then you should get commentary alongside the games as well. New corner. Inel, oh, lovely cross from Marshall. Really, again, one of those where Marshall could have been tempted to shoot. He just puts it on, adds a bit of pace. It's Fitzpatrick's job to finish, but he's kept out. So with Evans, the St George's keeper. Evans, not intercepted by Marshall. Millington again doing hard work in the defence. Fitzpatrick trying to... thought he was trying to see it off Millington's bumper there, but it's gone out for a goal kick again. Slightly less frenetic than the first half. Still 0-0. Sorry, still 5-0, but 0-0 in this half. Oh, it's 6-0 now. It's happening faster than I can keep up with it. So really this half's about St George's seeing if they can kind of get some gameplay together. They've still not been able to release Lavelle or Karras, and so in a way a brave setup. 6-0, they're still trying to create attacking opportunities rather than just soak up the pressure. Corner again to Man Utd. On the ball. Kick in. Marshall's going to take it. Just Hudson and Evans face off now. Fitzpatrick putting the pressure on Hudson. The St George's keepers come out into the middle. Hudson playing high. Marshall now stepping back into goal position. So Hudson having a run out on the pitch. Pressure now on St George's. Evans intercepted easily by Enel. Evans again for St George's. So we've got substitutions, Slack on, Inel off. Marshall pushing it down the wing. It's with Fitzpatrick. They're just taking the edge off their pace, Man U. I'm sure they still want to knock them in. So although it seems an outrageously impossible task to catch up with Nomad Knights on goal difference, but maybe they're trying. So 6-0 now, one goal so far this half. 9 minutes to go. Defended by Millington. Garrison now with a chance to push forward. That's out. So goal kick. Marshall, nice touch to Slack. Evans intercepts. Slack on the ball. Slack, touched by Fitzpatrick, but goes straight onto Evans. It's come back off a bumper though, so allows Fitzpatrick to continue the attack. Marshall in nicely as Fitzpatrick backs off. Hudson. Sorry, Hudson, that was Marshall. Slack on the ball. Ooh. Just freed the ball up, played it into Fitzpatrick. I wasn't sure if he had the pace to just get past Evans in the goal, but not quite. Fitzpatrick. Ooh, looked like a bit of a clash there, but the refs allowed it to go on. It's gone out for a corner. So contact is allowed, not too forcefully, but contact isn't allowed between the playing bumper, the foot at the front of the chair, and any other parts of the chair. And obviously occasionally players from the same team collide. Nice ball, Slack with a fairly standard finish as it were, so you'd expect Millington and Evans to pick it up and have it covered. Ooh, unlucky there, that had gone across and managed to get to Fitzpatrick. That might have been a finish on, but it isn't. So as in the first half, Man U have got the pressure, they haven't managed to kind of pick the pace of the ball up and play the ball around the way they had done. A convincing win coming at least 6-0, you'd have thought. But definitely the first half was a stronger half for Man U. St George is a squad rebuilding to some extent, and one hopes they get a chance to continue that rebuilding, because at the moment they're in a relegation position, which will see them facing the playoffs at the end of the season. And we're expecting teams into the playoffs, second teams from strong clubs across the country. So there'll be some tough competition in the playoffs if that's what happens to St George's. I think this year usually the playoffs will be complete before the cup final. I think this year that because of the disruption as a result of the Queen's death at the start of the season and the cup games all being played as a set of quarterfinals and semis in one weekend at Nottingham, which is the first time that's happened. I think the playoffs are after the cup final at St George's Park, not St George's the club. St George's Park being the home of English football, FA training headquarter, where the power chair football team, the England squad, are just back. I think this week they were training there themselves. So I think one of the losses from St George's was Dylan Kelsall, who moved to West Brom. Dylan himself now part of the England setup. He's also now the St George's coach. So he's kept that connection to this club while he plays for another club. So the ref there allowing the players to be reset in their chairs, as it were. Usually if there's a mechanical issue with the chair, the player would be asked to kind of leave the pitch with the chair if possible while it's resolved. Often though there's kind of some strappings or the player comfort as they get hit, so they'll be sorted out and repositioned. Yeah, so that's a kick to Man U. Slack in L. He's made it across. Is that a chance for Fitzpatrick back? Big round up from Slack. Oh! Just didn't get the speed of Fitzpatrick. And now Evans slightly dangerously looked like she was taking it back, and Inel might have whipped it off the bumper into goal, but it's come out. She's still got possession. And we mention this occasionally. I think Power Chair Football is the only FA sanctioned form of football where it's mixed at all levels in the Power Chair Football pyramid. Inel not able to get it past Millington. So Inel on the ball. I think we're into the final minute according to the match clock. The graphics clock looks... Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong game. Graphics clock here is about on time. So St George's 0, Man U 6. Inel on the ball. Fitzpatrick to Slack. Nice ball across to Fitzpatrick, back to Inel. Took the speed off it there. Lovely double touch though to set up. Oh, again, that was more like the moves we saw in the first half from Man U. Really lovely control. That skill there shown by Inel, where he took the pace off the ball to set it up to then spin and put it back to Fitzpatrick. Evans on the ball. Match clock now at 0. It's with the ref. Not sure he'd had much time in this half. We'll see. Looks at his watch. Evans immediately intercepted by Nell. Fitzpatrick manages to get a touch on the ball. Slack, oh, chance for Kerrison possibly. Nice ball back to Millington. Slack's taken the ball off him. Inel plays it beautifully to Fitzpatrick. Oh, off the post. Slack's there though. We're gonna, oh, well intercepted by Evans. That was a big threat if Slacker got hold of that. Ref is given a yellow. Is he going to give a yellow? That's a yellow to Lovell for contact. And there's not that many yellows given overall, but I think most commonly it would be for persistent infringements of that contact rule. So Slack to Inel, Kerrison intercepts, and that's the ref's final whistle. So a convincing win for Man U. Doesn't do much to change their title chase. They have to keep winning. The kind of power, as it were, all with Nomad Knights, who are at this point were 4 points clear of Man U on the same number of goals. But just see if the table will update while we're still on the court. So I think this sees Man U go up to 38 points. So 1 point off Nomad Knights, but Nomad Knights with the game in hand. I'm just checking they're not playing on the other court, which they're not. Are Nomad Knights playing again today? So Nomad Knights are not playing again today. They're playing tomorrow morning. So, and Man U aren't playing again. So the top of the table is clear now for the end of this first weekend, first day of the fourth weekend, and we'll leave it there on court 8. Next match up is due at 15:30, and that match is Eels versus Norwich City. Eels needing to keep win to have a chance at getting into the playoff spot, and Eels also tomorrow playing Nomad Knights. So some games coming up which are going to keep dictating how that table falls, and the emergence. I think we're going to see the emergence of probably the automatic promotion and then the playoff challenges by the end of the weekend, with 1 weekend to go. Right, speak to you later from Court A at about 3:30. Hello, welcome again to Court A. We've got Eels versus Norwich. Important game for Eels. Need to keep winning, keep the pressure on the Middlesbrough. See them head towards the playoff promotion position. And Norwich, not under any threat of relegation, but they'll be wanting to put in a good performance. See if I can get the squads for you. So, playing away from us in their canary yellow, got Murgatroyd in goal, Coleman, Dack heading to the left, and Barnard on the right. And Eels playing towards us, Gill, Simpson in the middle, Rothery on our right, and Lambert on our left. Eels playing towards us in their tiger orange kits. So Eels, good defence this season, letting in only half a goal a game. Norwich about a goal a game. Much higher strike rate for Eels, scoring nearly twice as often as Norwich. Eels currently lying in 4th. Norwich in 8th. Both very experienced clubs. Mix of experience in their own teams now. Norwich with a couple of new players over the season, Dack and Barnard. Eels, I think Lambert's new this season, and then a well-established squad, Gill, Rothery, Simpson, and sitting near me on the Eels bench, Brennan and Hodgson. George and Fulcher on the Norwich bench. Being seen out carefully there by Coleman and Murgatroyd. Still on the attack, Eels, Dack. Yep, given to Eels. Simpson's going to take it, I think. So, back with Eels, goal kick. Slightly cagey start from both teams here, but a bit more pressure from Eels. Eels, kind of as they did in the previous games, playing confidently with one player high up, looking to transition fast. Both teams playing with a deep keeper. Ball's gone away there. Off Barnard, which he agrees with, see him nodding. Rothery. Was he getting? Yeah, got it. I thought that went off the post, but just clearly got a touch off. I think Murgatroyd. So out again, Simpson with the attacking position there, so he gets the kick in. Simpson and Coleman. You can see I'm right on court side here, and I can see the concentration on Simpson's face, trying to peel the ball away off Coleman's bumper. It's out for a corner. Lambert with the kick. Lambert, look at Simpson. Oh, nice little dummy there, and then swing for the reverse spin, but just didn't quite come off. So I'm back with you now, Eels v Norwich. Just having a quick off-microphone chat with McKee from Middlesbrough. I think enjoying the weekend and their play so far. High up the table, Middlesbrough. In fact, Middlesbrough and Eels fighting it out for that playoff promotion position. So we're halfway through the first half. 0-0. Just probably the balance of play just slightly towards Eels. Substitution there. I've got Coleman off, George on for Norwich. Eels as they were from the start. So the Norwich line-up, Murgatroyd, Barnard on the left, George in the middle, and Dak on the right, as we're looking at the moment. And Eels playing towards us, Gill in goal, Simpson on our right, Lambert in our middle, and Rothery on our left. Eels playing towards us in the tiger orange. So at the moment, Man U and Knights running away at the top in the first and second position, and then there's a scrap, I think, between Leeds, Dynamos, Eels and Middlesbrough for the playoffs. And the way the playoffs work is the third place team will play, if I remember correctly, will play the third from bottom in the Premiership, which either gives that third place team a chance to retain their Premiership position, or the Championship team gets promoted. It's a straight shootout at the end of the season on the playoffs day. Yeah, so you got Eels, Middlesbrough Eels, Dynamos, Greenbank a touch too far adrift now, I think, although they do have a game in hand, to catch up. And my maths isn't quite sharp enough, but as I said before, I think just depending on the way the results go, by the end of weekend 4, that's the current weekend, it might be certain that Knights and Man U have at least got autumn playoff promotion chance, possibly even that they've got a big enough points difference to be guaranteed promotion, with a number of games still to play. I think it'd be 6 fewer than 6, probably 5 actually. Is that right? 22 games a season. Man U have got 6 left, and Nomads have got 7 left. So Eels on 14 games. This takes them to third if they can win. Ooh, just a bit unlucky there. Lambert himself, bit of curl on that, and it might have gone in, and Rothery not quite able to reach it. So Murgatroyd, goal kick for Norwich. Murgatroyd to George. George tries to find Dak. It nearly got to Dak, but Rothery put it out, so Dak leaves it to go. Simpson and George in the middle of the park. Simpson looking for Lambert. Lambert across. Whoop. Lambert has almost no space for him to get through there, but Lambert, oof. Simpson, I think, looking to just tip it past the wall for Norwich and get it in, but they had that well covered. So 0-0, 5 minutes left in the first half. Murgatroyd again for Norwich. Kind of looking for Lambert. Lambert well intercepted by Simpson. I think that's off Simpson for a... Oof. Not sure they might have touched the Norwich coach there, but on the ball before it had gone out, but given us a kick into Eels. Simpson on the ball. Simpson, Lambert lets it go, I think, or it went past him, but George puts it out. Again, attacking opportunity for Eels. Simpson to Lambert, tries to put it across, but Murgatroyd and George have got the wall locked up on the near post. Corner ball. Lambert. Simpson perhaps to Rothery. Oh! Murgatroyd well covered there. Could have might get deceived by the move, looking like it's going for Rothery, and then leave that gap which Simpson would have taken. That's a couple Simpson's tried to put onto the near post. Obviously a favoured training move. Dak, possibly a favoured training move, not been at their training, so I can't know. Simpson, big clash there with George. George moving the ball round the pitch. Simpson's ripped it off the bumper. Nice play. Oh, Dak to Barnard. If Barnard had got that across to George, there was a shooting chance. So it's going to be it is a Norwich corner. George to take the corner. George, oops, balls, what's gonna, yeah, ref said play on. So there is a rule in power chair football that if the ball's considered dangerous, if it goes over the height of the ball, it can hit the players and cause them damage, but it's certainly a goal would not be allowed above the height of the red line on the goals, if you can see that. But the ref allowed play on there, you can see. On occasions, if the ball goes too high, the ref might call it as unsafe. But generally you want to keep the play flowing. So George on the ball for Norwich. He's looking for an out here. He's got Barnard on Dak. Gone for Dak. Dak's tried to let it run. Great interception by Simpson to Rothery. Rothery put it back looking for Lambert. Couldn't quite find him. The ref's given a 2-on-1 against Norwich. Yeah, George and Dak putting pressure on Lambert. Only one allowed that close. So is this the chance? They've had a few set pieces during the weekend so far. Not quite pulled any off. Eels. So what we're going to get here? I don't think it's direct. I'm sure it's not direct. So this has to touch someone. It could be a Norwich player who doesn't get there fast enough, or it could be a touch off Lambert. So Simpson and Lambert have got to find that. I don't think Rothery's going to come into play. If you see the way Dak's positioned, the ball can't get to Rothery. So he's kind of locked him out there. So is this the touch off Lambert? No. Ooh. Now you saw that not too high a risk because Gill's deep, but the speed with which the ball came off Murgatroyd's bumper when Simpson took the shot, that can deflect at speed back towards the Eels goal, but Simpson would have had time to pick that up. Nice ball from Simpson looking for Lambert, but George intercepts. So it's Simpson. Rothery's an option. Yeah, Rothery looking for Lambert. Oh! I think George would have had that covered, but looking for not quite managed to string 3 passes together to get that attacking triangle. Eels there. Murgatroyd. The match clock's at 0. That's with the ref. Again, Lambert just not quite getting there. So with the speed that Eels are getting the ball together now, maybe Lambert just has to move faster, expecting the ball to come. An act of faith, and then when it does come, it'll be there. Often when you see the Premiership teams playing at speed, they're essentially playing to preset patterns, ignoring whether a player's kicked the ball and moving as if they will do, so that they're in time. So half-time, 0-0. Eels will be wanting 3 points out of this game to keep the pressure up on Borough. So we'll have a short break and back for the second half. Welcome back to Court A. Got 0-0 Norwich v Eels. Slightly cagey first half. Eels creating a couple of chances, but still 0-0. And just a correction from earlier. I was chatting with one of the Middlesbrough players. You might have heard me say his name wrong. Should be Mackay. Apologies for that. And quite happy to be corrected, because there's a number of us doing the commentaries don't know all the players. Sometimes get the names wrong. So but perhaps for that correction he'll be prepared to come and commentate with us tomorrow. Who knows? Anyway, back with this game. We have Norwich Eels. Nice touch by Simpson, looking for Rothery. Simpson, evidently the playmaker for Eels, being able to kind of free a few balls just to put it onto Rothery or Lambert. Oh, that must be it, that must be it. Oh yeah, well done. Nice play there from Rothery. Had to put it in backwards, wasn't going to be able to turn sufficiently. Great touch. Again, I was just saying, Simpson the one making the play, freeing up the chances, so that's 1-0 to Eels. So that's, just looking at it, so you know, we're still expecting a goal a game from Norwich, still come back. Eels at just under 3 a game. So still an open game. I think what Norwich need to, I think if it just gives Eels a bit of confidence, and they can, Simpson can get that passing going like he was beginning to. There's more goals in it for them. Equally, Norwich, if they can free up, Norwich have switched Barnard's off, Fulcher's on, and Dax off, and Coleman's back on. So I'll just redo the teams then. So in the second half we've got Norwich playing towards us in canary yellow, Murgatroyd in goal, Coleman on the line at the moment, George in the middle and Fulcher on the right. And playing away from us in tiger orange, the Eels, Gill in goal, Simpson on the ball at the moment, on the left Lambert and on the right Rothery. On the benches for Norwich it's Dack and Barnard, and for Eels it's Brennan and Hodgson. Gill plays it out, chance for a swinger from, no, not quite, run out of space. So ball's still Norwich's. George there, I think, was looking for a shot, didn't get it in time. Coleman take the ball. Coleman, George, Fulcher picks it up, but Lambert played it back to Fulcher there, which gave a chance for Norwich to get back in it. Now Lambert and Coleman facing off in the middle of the park. Coleman drives the ball out. Coleman's ball. straight to the Eels keeper, Gill. Gill's now tapped it away. Ooh. So Murgatroyd under some pressure. Can Lambert now just drive the ball towards goal? Well, good defence by Murgatroyd there. Under a lot of pressure. A slight mistake would have opened the door, but kept it shut. Still 1-0 to Eels. So they've got to create some chances here. Norwich. Hi, if you look at, if you're on court A and looking at the graphics, the graphics are saying 3-0. It is actually only 1-0 to Eels. I'll just drop off commentary shortly and we'll see if we can correct that, because that's going to get confusing. Back with you shortly. Hello, we're back with you on Court A. So the graphic should be corrected now. It's 1-0 to Eels versus Norwich. They were saying 3-0 at one point. So 1-0. And just a shout out to the helpers there. William Renton, who's doing the scoring. Spotted that. Thank you, William. We've also got a new cameraman on Court A, I think. Martin Richardson. Had been his brother, Marcus Richardson, doing many of the games. That's now Martin. Again, thank you for your help. So here we are, PTC Therapeutics Championship. Key game for Eels. Eels having to just, in a way obvious as it might sound, but just keep winning because they're neck and neck with Middlesbrough and Leeds Dynamos fighting it out for probably a playoff promotion position. It's looking like Man U and Nomads are cementing the automatic playoff post positions. And I think tomorrow we'll know for certain. But Eels, by winning here, will put further pressure on Borough. And Dynamos, I think, might be a game in hand. Possibly, sorry, a game behind Eels. But I think they're looking like they're putting a win together on Court B as we speak. So if you're jumping between Courts A and B, you'll not currently find any commentary on B. We're really keen to get players down to help us commentating if you can. Makes a much, it's a much more interesting commentate if we're getting players give us their insights to their teams they're watching. So Eels still with it, out to Brennan. So some substitutions for Eels. Rother is off, Brennan's on, Brennan on the left. Brennan plays it towards Lambert, but Coleman's taken out, and it looks like for Murgatroyd's off, and Dak is on for Norwich, with Coleman now playing the keeper. You'll see the keeper's different strip. Although the keeper can play out with anywhere on the pitch they like, they get special privileges inside the box, hence it needs to be clear who the keeper is. You can't just delegate a player as they rush into the box and say, I'm the keeper. The keeper is not included in the 2-on-1s inside the box, and the keeper has certain privileges around where they can be on the pitch for kicks and corners and things, which is why they are differentiated, although in terms of play and contact with the ball it's no different from any of the other players. So we've got less than 5 minutes left on this. I think this will be, so it's the 3:30 match. It'll be last action for Eels and Norwich today. Just see what they've got facing them tomorrow. So Eels tomorrow, playing Nomad Knights. Possibly important game if Nomad Knights drop points there and Eels get some. That'll, that'll be a strong win for them. Give Manchester United a chance. And later on in the afternoon, Eels will be playing Dudley and Norwich. So 2 more games for Eels this weekend. Norwich playing Sale and then Borough. Norwich at 10:30 and then Borough 3:30. So 2 more games apiece. So this we'll see if if they get the win, still only 1-0. This will see Eels move above Borough, but Borough will have a game in hand. 2 more games to come for both of them to complete the weekend. A big day for No Man Knights tomorrow. They've got 3 games, so potentially 9 points, which takes them to 48 at 18 with only 4 games left. So there'll be 48, and I don't think Borough can make up that gap, nor can Eels. So if Nomad's Night, I think, can secure promotion tomorrow. I'll double check that during the day. And Man United not far behind them, but Man United have played 1 more game. I'm assuming that tomorrow that Man U have got 3. Let me check. Sorry, Man U have got 2 tomorrow. Yeah, 1 less. Greenbank and Leeds Dynamos. That Leeds Dynamos a big match for both teams. Man U win it. It keeps Man U in the hunt for the title and keeps them, you know, much closer to a guaranteed promotion spot. Leeds could just then, if Man U win, it fades them away from Eels and Borough fighting for the playoff promotion. A win keeps them in the hunt. They're back with the Eels Norwich match. Corner, Brennan to take the corner. Brennan touched by Simpson just wide of the post. Simpson's, just Coleman intercepted there, did really well. Simpson's shot heading for goal. It's a corner. There's probably 2 plays left in the game. And so Norwich defending with all 4 here, really at this stage of the game. Got to leave someone up, so they got a chance to attack. Gil Barnard's dropped off. Oh! Could have gone either way, that. So it came off Coleman as a deflection. It went out for a corner. Could have gone in just as easily. So I think that here perhaps Barnard, I mean another goal, the game's still 3 points lost. If Barnard presses on Gill, then if the ball comes to him, there might be a chance. But as it is, it's Eels Brennan on the ball, taking the corner. Barnard on the, Lambert on the far left. Simpson really looking to release it. Ref's looking at his watch. Game clock's at 0. Play. Lambert goes for goal, hits the post. You can score directly from a kick in, so if you see a chance, it's worth an opportunity. Goal kick. Coleman. Ref's deliberately looking at his watch. Ball to George, intercepted by Simpson. Brennan puts pressure on Coleman, but he's taking it past him. Is this that last gas chance? He's got to keep the ball away from Simpson. Simpson can just run the clock down if he locks it up with him. Simpson running into the corner. Off Simpson. Norwich kick. Barnard on the ball for Norwich. Simpson intercepts. Shot. Oh, Lambert's shot goes wide.